I am so sorry. I got all this time and didn't realize that the microphone was muted. Let's try that again. Welcome. This is Heather Van Wild at the Raindrop Works, where we have our Halloween special, where we're going over a 2019 criminal case against Brandon Farley, who was the long and short of it was he was disinvited from an event that was being hosted at the First Unitarian Church in downtown Portland, and he insisted on reinviting himself somewhat forcibly, which caused a lot of problems for the venue as well as participants and got him a few different charges. As I was saying, with the screenshot that I had up, he's had a number of interactions with the court system before. A lot of them he didn't actually know he had because of the way that the cases were handled at the pleading stage. So, yep, Eric, the warrant, I'll be going into that actually in just a minute. That's actually in my opening here, so good on ya. So yeah, there's, he's got, in civil court, he's got quite a few cases that have been here already. This first one, from June of 2019, according to the allegations, he was filming a family-friendly drag show that featured a minor performer. Now, as we've seen in recent weeks in Eugene, Oregon, that's something that right-wing personalities and people seem to have a big problem with. They disregard that the activities that are going on are not inherently sexual. And yet, according to the complaint, Brandon still alleged that the father of the performer was engaging in what is usually YouTube appropriate as CSA, or doing very inappropriate things with children. That particular case was closed out at the filing stage because it didn't meet the standards, which I almost have to agree, because from what I saw, there was only the one interaction, and for stalking, you need to have 2 or more interactions. Not that his activities didn't cause a lot of harm to the family, especially with allegations of death threats, further threats of harm, things like that. Not something that is generally considered a nice thing. Second case, there were multiple allegations of him filming at the First Unitarian Church in the weeks after he was being trespassed in the case that we're going to be looking at tonight. Dismissed for no basis. I kind of have to agree there, because the filming itself, without something more, may not have qualified for a stalking order. The 2 cases after were both filed by the same person, who happened to be another journalist who is out in the Portland area, where he just kept getting hammered by hundreds of emails from Brandon. And this all happened at the same time, and this is going to show up in the very end of the trial, why I mentioned that it's going to show up after Brandon has already had explained to him certain actions that are inappropriate. The 5th case on here, or I should confirm, all 4 of these cases I just mentioned were dismissed at the filing stage. So he never had stalking or restraining orders actively put against him that he had to fight from these cases. The tort claim was him suing the city of Portland after, in the first nights of the 2020 George Floyd protests, he was shot by Portland police with rubber bullets, and allegedly it caused injuries. He ended up settling the case for about $5,000. And this last case that's on this list here is the active stalking order that Eli Ritchie filed against him, which I've talked about on Twitter in the last month or so. Right now, there's not a whole lot to say about that, because the stalking order was filed. It was approved by a judge. But the hearing for Brandon to be able to make his case is set for November 15th. Obviously, we haven't hit November yet, so we don't have an update on that yet. Now, looking at his criminal docket, he's got a few different things here. Back in 2013, he had a whole bunch of criminal trespass and disorderly conduct charges. Those, I don't know what was the incident from them, and since the charges ended up being ultimately dismissed, I went ahead and, I didn't bother trying to dig further into that because I would have to go into paper records with the courthouse because it is, 10 years old. The 19 CR and 20 CR cases here are both going to be addressed in the trial here that we're looking at tonight. And the 22 CR case, like Eric over on YouTube mentioned, is a charge that came about in conjunction with the active stalking order against him, where the police said there were criminal charges warranted, and he has a warrant out for his arrest. When I first, mentioned about this story on Twitter, I tried to be a nice person. I let him know that, because he has been messaging me, so I have his contact. I sent him, saying, hey, just so you don't look like a complete fool when you go into court in November and get arrested by the deputies in the courtroom, you might want to go get this sorted out. Obviously, with that little W there on the side, that means there's an open warrant. He hasn't done that yet. So I'm hoping he will in the next couple weeks. If not, we'll probably get to see him arrested in a courtroom. So yeah, that's basically where we sit. There are two cases. The trial that we're going to have is only focused on one case because at the end of it, the charges from the second case end up getting dismissed by the DA. Kind of as a combination, as part of resolving the one case, they drop the other case charges. So, I don't really need to go too much into that. I'm going to go ahead and start the trial recording. A few minutes in, there is a point where I'm going to stop to go into another hearing because it has some relevance to what's going on in the trial. All said, the trial itself is about 4 hours, extra 5 minutes for this other hearing. So we're looking at about 5 hours, and, well, a little over 4 hours, close to 5 hours with me jumping in, talking, whatnot. In the meantime, definitely, let's get going.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Abby Tornquist, Tornquist, bar number 194651 on behalf of the state. We're here for State v. Brandon Farley. Case number is 19 CR 52296. Defendant is present representing himself. The state is ready to proceed to trial.
Hello, sir. If you can just state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Yes. My name is Brandon.
You don't even need to have it. It just needs to be relatively close to you. You don't need to speak right into it.
Okay.
It's all right. Go ahead.
My name is Brandon Farley. The last name spelled Farley.
Okay. And I saw in the file that it looks like you had a discussion or some kind of discussion with Judge Marshall about representing yourself.
Yes.
And that's how you want to proceed today?
That's kind of how I'm forced to proceed.
Okay. When you say forced to proceed,
Meaning I didn't get adequate counsel throughout. I tried with 2 public defenders and they both relieved themselves of duty. They didn't want to represent me.
okay. I don't assume I don't know the history other than I looked at the file.
Mm-hmm.
So, what the file indicates is that you had some kind of discussion and that you wanted to go forward without a lawyer. That's what it says in an order.
Yes, that's correct.
It doesn't say, Mr. Farley tried to go forward with a lawyer, and it just didn't work out for him. That's not what it says. It says you want to go forward without a lawyer.
But those are the details I discussed with Christopher Marshall during the hearing.
Okay.
I didn't go into full detail.
So we'll just stop there for a minute, because the judge here may not have the details, but we actually do, because we have the audio from that particular hearing, where the second court-appointed attorney that he had was asking to be removed from the case. We're not entirely sure why the first one was removed. It seemed to be maybe some sort of scheduling or job posting conflict.
Mr. Farley is on the telephone. Okay. And is this an actual conflict situation, or what's our situation?
Your Honor, I have a conflict under ORPC 1.16. The attorney-client relationship is broken down. Going into the nature of the conflict would require going into attorney-client privilege information, and I will note for the court that the American Bar Association has a formal ethics opinion 496 that takes the position that clients who defame their lawyers do not waive attorney-client privilege. The Oregon State Bar takes the same position. That issue is in front of the Supreme Court of Oregon tomorrow morning in Ray Conray. So given that it's a gray area, I think a more into detail about it, I think DDA Tornquist may have some information.
Okay.
To the court.
So I understand that Mr. Farley wants to be pro se. He sent several emails saying that Mr. Kinsey is acting unethically and various other negative things about him. I don't know much about their relationship, but I do know that his intent is to go pro se. He sent me a litany of emails in the last 3 days, both to our public inbox and to my personal email.
And what kind of cases are these?
One is 2 counts of disorderly conduct in the second degree, and the other is a count of harassment and a count of trespass.
Okay. And Mr. Farley, are you there? This is Judge Marshall.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So you have 2 cases pending, 2 misdemeanor cases, and Mr. Kinsey's been representing you, and so he's letting us know that there's been a breakdown in a relationship such that he doesn't believe he's able to represent your interests anymore in these cases. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and so you're wanting to represent yourself, is that correct?
That's the plan, yes.
And is that because you believe you don't need a lawyer to represent you, or is it because you believe you've had a bad experience so far in the cases and you just don't want to have another lawyer involved? Or tell me what your thoughts are.
Well, I was working with Multnomah County defenders, I believe, or Taya Brown, for over a year on these cases, and I really didn't have a problem. But there was she decided to relieve me of counsel, and so citing a breakdown of communication. I think that breakdown stemmed from not returning my emails or responding to my inquiries about these cases, and so I'm at the point where I think I know my case or my situations better than any lawyer would. I am ignorant of the law, so I will be working in the dark here, but I think I could probably do a better job than the lawyers who've been representing me so far, and I don't see any other lawyer, court-appointed lawyer, being able to give me a proper defense. Unfortunately, that's been my experience.
So you don't have any formalized legal training, is that correct?
Well, I just represented myself pro se in a recent matter, Farley versus the city of Portland, and I've been doing that for a few months, and the outcome was pretty successful. So I think that's given me confidence to be able to move forward here.
And that was a civil case, correct?
Yeah, it's a tort claim against the city. Okay.
But these are criminal cases, so those are entirely different, right? You understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so tell me, if you don't mind, what education level? Can you tell me your education level?
I'm good at researching and finding information.
But so I mean, education level? Did you finish high school?
Yes.
Did you go to any college, any post high school education?
Yes, but I didn't finish. Couldn't get a degree.
Okay, so like a couple of years of college?
A few terms.
Okay.
But it was in an unrelated field.
And then have you been employed then, or what do you do?
No, I'm not employed.
Have you ever been employed?
No.
Okay, and how old are you?
32.
Okay. So you understand that if you were representing yourself in criminal cases, you could be at a significant disadvantage because you don't have formalized legal training. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you understand that you might not know some things to bring to the court's attention that a lawyer might know, and you understand that could be a real disadvantage to you.
Yes, I do.
And
unfortunately.
So you would rather proceed representing yourself than to have me appoint a different lawyer for you, is that correct?
Yes.
And so you do understand that then you'd be representing yourself even if the matter went to trial, and that there could be some things that you didn't understand about what was going on, and it would put you at a real disadvantage in a case where the state was prosecuting you. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
But you're still wanting to proceed and represent yourself?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And do you understand that you could end up doing jail time if you would not prevail, like if you had a trial?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand, worst case scenario, what the potential consequences in the cases are?
I could become homeless.
Well, and you could end up, tell me again what the charges are.
The highest charge, Your Honor, is Class B. It's the harassment, and then 3 Class B misdemeanors.
So on the Class B misdemeanor, you could end up with 6 months custody, and on the Class C misdemeanors, 30 days custody on each of them. You understand that?
Yes, that would effectively make me homeless if I served the full amount of those sentences.
Okay, I'm just making sure. So, Mr. Farley, I'm just making sure that you understand. You're telling me you want to represent yourself, so I need to ask you these questions, okay? It sounds like you do understand. Okay, so we can allow the withdrawal of your lawyer, Mr. Kinsey here, so you'll no longer have a lawyer and you'll be representing yourself on both cases. You understand that, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then do we already have future court dates in the case?
So, yeah, as you can see, there were statements where the lawyer said that there was a significant breakdown in communication, which usually is not the lawyer isn't returning my emails. It's honestly usually more of we're trying to work with him and he's either refusing to cooperate or being abusive, like excessively so. I mean, they said that they were requesting through ORCP, which is Oregon Rule of Civil Procedure 1.16, and I'm pretty sure it's through B5 here. They're basically he's probably fighting his attorney because his attorney's telling him things he doesn't want to hear, and he's just refusing to aid in his own defense, which is not going to help the attorney be able to properly do stuff. Now, supposedly it was a breakdown in communications that caused the first attorney withdrawal, but we couldn't get anything specific to suggest why that happened. So, with that being said, now that we know firsthand what happened with the attorney being withdrawn and him going pro se, let's go ahead and go back to the actual trial now and see how the judge makes absolutely sure and gives him every chance in the world to back out of representing himself.
About what happened. But...
Well, the difficulty for me is that you are entitled to be represented by a lawyer. So if you're telling me you want a lawyer, then I need to understand how we got here to the day of trial with you wanting a lawyer.
Well, I didn't say I wanted a lawyer. I'm saying that they didn't represent me correctly, and they decided to not be my attorney.
Okay, let me put it a different way. You have a constitutional right to a competent attorney. You don't have a right to an attorney that you like or that you think is, somebody that is going to tell you what you want to hear. You have a right to a competent lawyer.
Yes, I didn't get that either time.
What's that?
I didn't get that during either time. The competency was gone, in my opinion.
Your Honor, Mr. Farley has had both Taya Brown and Jack Kinsey as his attorneys in the past. He has gone through the pro se colloquy with Judge Marshall as well as Judge Russell. To my knowledge, he has indicated that he is not satisfied with their representations of him, but he has also indicated he wants to be pro se.
No choice of my own, no.
Well, we're here the day of trial, and
I think I can represent myself better than the two previous.
Okay, so so you think you could represent yourself better?
Yes, because I know my situation.
Than one of the lawyers that was appointed. Because, both those lawyers are licensed attorneys in the state of Oregon. They both do this kind of work. You may not like them. You may not be satisfied when they may not be telling you what you want to hear.
But I don't accept unprofessional behavior, and that's what Jack Kinsey presented to me. And Taya Brown was fine. I don't know why she relieved herself of duty, but Jack was very unprofessional and coercive, and I had a very bad experience, and it kind of tampered my whole taste on lawyers, so I feel I would just better represent myself in this case.
Well, when you had a hearing in front of Judge Marshall, did you say, I'd rather represent myself, or did you say, I want a different lawyer?
Actually, Abby Turnquist brought up the fact that I had mentioned pro se, and then it just kind of spiraled down that path. I didn't really have any other options.
Okay, that's not what well, let me just see what the order says exactly, so I'm not...
I told Christopher Marshall I have no legal experience, that I would be in the dark, that it's scary to me.
But there's a record of everything you told him, right?
Yes. You could refer to that, for the transcript.
After a hearing on the record, defense attorney Kinsey is allowed to withdraw from the case for the reasons stated on the record. Defendant Brandon Michael Farley will proceed pro se in these matters after a discussion on the record. So what that signals to me is that he had a discussion with you about the pros and cons of going forward with or without a lawyer, and you decided to go without a lawyer. Mm-hmm. That's what that says to me.
Yes, that's fine. I'm fine with that. I just, I wish I would have had better representation when I did have a lawyer. That's fine.
Well,
That's all. But I can handle this, I think. I might be a little lost in the terminology, and you might have to translate. Hopefully that's not too much to ask, but I did try to attend a few hearings and trials that were outside of my own case here in this courthouse to get a feel for the process, but it's really still very confusing to me. I just think the truth will come out, and hopefully I can just express my words and recount the events of the day in question. And
Okay, so there's some issue about broadcasting this via WebEx.
Just in the past, we've discussed it with the defendant.
State is requesting a WebEx link, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll have a WebEx link. It's not really. I mean, this is a public courtroom, so with the pandemic, the public can attend electronically. In other words, they can call in and listen if they want to, or they can, wearing a mask and staying socially distanced, observe from the back of the courtroom. So are there any pretrial matters to address?
I have several, Your Honor.
Okay, well, maybe we should first figure out, is this going to be a jury trial? It's set for one day. Is it going to be a jury trial or a court trial?
That's defendant's choice.
Do you know what I'm asking you?
yes, and it really doesn't matter to me. Just whatever's.
Well, this is a decision, sir, that you need to make. I can't give you advice. I can't talk to you about the pros and cons. It's a decision that you have a right to a jury trial. That means that, we have jurors in this building. They'll come up, you'll get to ask them some questions. The deputy district attorney will get to ask them some questions. You have the right to excuse up to 3 of them. Anybody that, there's a reason to question whether they can be impartial will be excused. At the end of the process, we end up with 6 jurors, and they would decide the facts of the case. If you waive that right, that means I decide the facts of the case. Not 6 people, but just me alone. I hear the evidence, and I decide the facts of the case. That's your decision. I can't tell you what the right decision is. I can't give you any advice about the right decision. That's your decision. It's your right to a jury trial. You decide whether you want to exercise it or whether you'd want to waive it and have a court trial.
Court trial, please.
Okay?
I have the form right here. Also, I would need to waive my, I don't have an income, so I would need to waive the trial fees,
Okay.
if that's possible.
Does the defendant have a trial fee in a criminal case?
I've never heard of that, Your Honor.
I don't think there's a fee to waive for you, sir.
Okay.
I think you might be confusing that with a civil case. In a civil case where somebody's suing somebody for money, that there is a fee, but there is not for this case.
Okay.
All right, so there are several pretrial matters, huh? What are the pretrial matters? I know you
Your
submitted
Honor,
a trial memo, but I have not had a chance to review it.
I understand, Your Honor. Briefly, I'm requesting that all witnesses are sequestered during the pendency of the trial. Is there, I don't know.
We don't have anybody on WebEx, right? I saw some number pop up there, but that was just you connecting, right?
Yeah.
Okay, nobody's here. If somebody does show up either on WebEx or in the courtroom, I'll make sure they're not a witness.
Okay, my 2 witnesses, Your Honor, are in the meeting room outside of the courtroom. I don't know if defendant has any witnesses he's calling.
Do you have any witnesses here?
No.
Okay.
Second, Your Honor, and this is issue number 1 on state's trial brief, is the admissibility of state's exhibit 1, the video evidence. State is moving to pre-admit that evidence at this time.
I mean, you need to lay a foundation for it. I can't pre-admit it. I need to know.
Well, if defendant didn't disagree with pre-admitting it,
okay.
Pre-admitting it,
we
could.
There's apparently some videotape. I haven't seen it. I don't know what it's on it. I assume you do.
The security cam footage, right?
That is the
It
video.
says video clips from the date and location of the alleged incident. That's what it says on paper. I have not seen it.
Okay.
The state is referring to a security video.
Okay. Yeah, I assume you've seen the video?
Yes.
So what they're asking is whether you have any objection to that video being admitted into evidence.
No.
Okay. So ordinarily, when a party wants to put a video into evidence, they have to present what's called a foundation. Who took the video? Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the time and place?
That I do have an issue with. I think there is a little bit of discrepancy with the fairness because some of the portion of the security was clipped out. Right at the moment, you see in one file, it's as they're waving their hands in my face, and then the video just cuts out. I think that's kind of deceptive, and also the area that would have shown. I mean, that's my issue. It doesn't show the full event.
So it sounds like defendant is objecting to the pre-admittance of the video.
Sounds like it.
Second on state's trial brief is defendant's prior convictions. Defendant does have 2 prior convictions. We are asking that he stipulate to those convictions. If not, the state is prepared to admit those.
And I'll object to that. I was
18. Your
18.
memo talks about 1 conviction. Now there's 2?
Oh, I'm sorry. 1 prior felony conviction, Your Honor.
Okay. In 2006.
Mm-hmm.
The only relevance of that conviction is going to be regarding your credibility. Frankly, I don't think there's a whole lot of weight on a 2006 conviction in another state on your credibility today. But the rules of evidence, how old does a felony have to be?
15 years, Your Honor.
Do we know when it was in 2006? Because that is exactly 15 years.
And, I was arrested in August in 2006. So it would be 15 years exactly.
It's the date of the conviction.
The date of the conviction, Your Honor, I have is, one moment.
That was in November. So
The 29th of August, 2006.
The 29th of August?
That's the date that I can find, Your Honor.
Wow.
I don't think that holds any relevance to who I am today or my circumstances or behavior. I would like for that to be taken out, please. I've kept a clean record since then. I was 18 years old. Way different circumstances. I was homeless.
And I recognize that that is close to the 15 years, Your Honor.
So I assume the conviction hasn't been set aside or...
Not that the state is aware of, Your Honor.
Okay. So it comes into evidence. The question right now isn't whether it's relevant or irrelevant. The question is whether it actually happened or not. The rules of evidence allow evidence of a felony conviction that's within the last 15 years. The only relevance of it is the credibility of the witness who has been convicted in the last 15 years. So the question for you, Mr. Farley, is not whether you think it's relevant or irrelevant. The question is whether this conviction actually happened within the last 15 years. So do you dispute that it happened within the last 15 years? I mean, it sounds like you acknowledged just a minute ago you were arrested.
It's on the cusp of 15 years.
It was a long time ago. Yeah, I understand.
And if we were to extend this another month, then it would be over 15 years.
Yeah, it would.
I would ask that you not hold me to that standard.
Well, I mean, so I have two roles here now, because and actually do we have a waiver of jury trial form? Occurred to me, I skipped right
I
over
have one
that.
right here.
Have you signed it? Have you had a chance to review it carefully?
I've left it blank, but
Okay.
I'll fill it out.
Well, as I'm thinking about my two roles, it occurs to me I need to make sure that we go through that. And so we can go off the record. You can take a time and read that very carefully and sign it if that's what you want to do. So there are no enhancement facts, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So there's going to be parts of that form that are not relevant.
That's correct.
Why don't we go off the record and allow Mr. Farley a chance to read that carefully and decide on that. So, Mr. Farley, pardon my interruption, but you've had a chance to review the waiver of jury trial form now?
Yes.
Did you have any? Well, do you feel like you have a clear understanding of this form?
Well, the two check boxes underneath the do not.
Yeah. What the second checkbox has to do with is, in certain criminal cases, there are enhancement factors. Maybe the easiest one to understand is if somebody was on supervision, like probation, when they committed a crime, that could potentially make their sentence enhanced.
Okay.
That's not relevant to your case. So the state hasn't alleged any enhancement factors. The reason that's there is because enhancement factors need to be found by a jury in order for it to enhance somebody's sentence. Does that make sense?
So the felony wouldn't be an enhancement factor at all?
It's not.
Okay.
Not for your case.
All right. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
No, the only reason okay. So I'm gonna find you've made a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver of your right to a jury trial.
Yes. Thank you.
And I think there's already been a colloquy with Judge Marshall, and I know there've been prior hearings, and we had some discussion today. But I'm gonna find you've made a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver of your right to a court-appointed attorney for trial today.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let me go back to where we were, which was my sort of dual role here now, because you've waived your right to a jury trial. I am both the sort of gatekeeper for the evidence, what evidence comes in to be considered, and also the fact finder. I weigh that evidence. Right now, I'm not weighing any evidence. I'm only functioning as a gatekeeper in deciding whether a criminal conviction comes in or not. The rules of evidence say if it's within 15 years, it can come in for one purpose and one purpose only under these circumstances, which is the credibility of the witness who is the subject of the conviction. In other words, you were convicted of a crime, and therefore the fact finder should call into question your credibility, the likelihood that you're not telling the truth. You make a good point, which is, boy, this is 15 years ago, you were 18. That really doesn't have a whole lot to say about my credibility. I may agree with you as the fact finder, but that's not my job right now. I'm the gatekeeper. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So the question is, for purposes of me being a gatekeeper, the question is there a felony conviction within the last 15 years? And it sounds like that there was.
Yes.
So I think I think what the state is asking is, will you stipulate that you were convicted of a felony within the last 15 years? Or do you dispute that happened? And if you dispute it, then they introduce a certified copy of your conviction. Does that make sense? They have a piece of paper that says you were, presumably they've represented to the court, they have a piece of paper that says you were convicted of a felony in someplace in Florida.
I guess, well, yeah, since I'm not doing a jury trial, and you already know that I have a felony conviction, I don't know if it really matters now, because that was just going to be a part of. I mean, that's
the interesting part about my role here today will be I will I'm pretty good at compartmentalizing if I need to, so I will. Looks like we got a slew of people here.
Yes, Your Honor, these are observers for today. I've informed them that they need to remain socially distant.
Okay. All right. So I think I heard you say you don't dispute that there was a conviction 15 years ago, so there's no need for them to introduce a written document proving that conviction?
Okay, yes, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else pre-trial?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Farley, let's talk a little bit about the process of a trial so you understand what's coming and what the expectations are. The first part of a trial is opening statement. Opening statement isn't really a presentation of any evidence. It's just a think of it as a guide as to what you expect the evidence will be. In other words, it's not evidence. It's, the evidence will be, witness A is this person and they will say this and this. So it's not evidence. It's a guide. You don't even have to make an opening statement if you don't want to. And, it's entirely optional as to whether you want to make one. You can also decide you don't want to make an opening statement until you've heard the state's case, and then you could make an opening statement if that's what you want to do. Okay. So after opening statements, then we get to the evidence, and the state has the burden of proof, so they call their witnesses in an effort to prove the allegations that they've alleged here. So the facts that they want to prove certain facts, so they're going to call witnesses. They get to question that witness first, and then you get to cross-examine that witness. And it's my job to decide any evidentiary objections. So if there's, some question you think is outside the rules of evidence, you get to object, and vice versa, they get to object, and I get to decide. So that's how that works. Then when they're done with their witnesses, you will call whatever witnesses you choose to call. You don't have to call any witnesses. You have the right to remain silent as far as the evidence goes throughout the trial, and I will not use your silence against you. That's an important right that people who are charged with crimes have, is they don't have to say anything. And the state still has the burden of proving the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. So, and then once you're finished with your evidence, if the state has any rebuttal evidence, they can present it. Usually that's short and very limited to rebutting any evidence you presented. And then after that, the parties make what's called a closing argument or a summary, summarizing what they think the evidence has shown or not shown, depending on your perspective. And then the case gets decided by me. Does that make sense in terms of how this goes forward?
Yes.
Okay. So is the state prepared with an opening?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. On August 8th, 2019, First Unitarian Church hosted an event for Outside In, which is a community-based organization. Working at that event was Joseph Moeller, who's a sexton for the church, as well as Nolan Hibbard, who is hired as security for that event. During that event, they encountered defendant Brandon Farley, who tried to enter the event but was told he was not permitted to. Defendant then tried to open a door of the church. He walked around the back alley, which is property of the church, tried to enter through there, and then eventually sat in front of the door. Additionally, Mr. Farley, after the events transpired, he walked around the side of the church. Mr. Moeller followed him, and Mr. Moeller was waving his hands in front of Mr. Farley's camera that he wears on his chest, and Mr. Farley pinned his arm to a glass wall. State has two witnesses today, Joseph Moeller and Nolan Hibbard. They'll testify to those things. The state also anticipates a video showing some of these incidences happening. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Farley, you have a right to make an opening statement about what you think the evidence will show or won't show. And you also can waive that right or forego it. You can also reserve it. In other words, you can hold off now and make an opening statement after the state has presented its evidence.
Yes,
It's totally up to you.
I'd like to do that, please, to reserve.
Okay. Alrighty, is the state prepared to go forward with its evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State would call Joseph Moeller to the stand.
Okay.
I'll have you go back around to the witness box, and before you sit down, I'll administer an oath.
Sure thing.
Under penalty of perjury, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat, and please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Joseph Moeller, Josephmohler.
Remain quiet.
Thank you. Mr. Moeller, where do you work?
I work at First Unitarian Church.
And what do you do there?
I'm a sexton.
How long have you worked there?
5 years December.
Okay. What are your duties as a sexton?
There's a lot of different stuff. I do a mix of, there's janitorial, I help out, like I'm part of the event staff, most conclusively, so I work the door when we have events, I help set things up, I help break things down.
And are you authorized by the church to tell people to leave the property?
Yes, I am.
Okay. On August 8th, 2019, was there an event happening at First Unitarian?
Uh-huh.
What was that event?
It was an event hosted by Outside In.
And what is Outside In?
Outside In is as far as I know, it's like a homeless resource facility. They operate just down the block from us.
Okay. And on August 18th, 2019, did you come into contact with a person named Brandon Farley?
I did.
Is that individual present here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
A hoodie.
Thank you. Why did you come into contact with the defendant?
He wanted to get into the event.
Okay, so what
Objection.
happened?
Speculation.
Sustained. There's no foundation for what his thought process was.
I'll go back, Your Honor. Mr. Moeller, did Mr. Farley talk to you when he approached you?
Yes.
What did he say?
He presented a ticket for the event, and he wanted to be let in.
Did you let him in?
No.
Why not?
I was asked by...
Objection. Again, he said that I wanted to be let in. That's speculation. He didn't say
Well,
what
he
I
said you asked to be let in, so that objection is overruled.
Did he?
Yes, you presented a ticket, and
Your Honor, Mr. Moeller did say, I did ask, what did defendant say? He said he wanted to be let in.
So
Sorry, I'm a
your
little unclear.
objection is overruled. That's what the testimony is what you said, not what you were thinking. But I think he was about to testify about what a third party said, so.
And Your Honor, that goes to state of mind.
I would ask that he say that I said I wanted to get in through his account, but he's, yeah. Didn't make mention of that.
Okay, I've overruled your objection. So next question.
Mr. Moeller, you said that Mr. Farley said he wanted to get in and you did not let him in.
Correct.
Why did you not let him in?
I was told at the top of my shift that he was expected to show up and that he wasn't to be allowed in by whoever was running the event.
Were you provided a picture of him?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So-
1 second, please. Can I just type this in? Said that I was expected to show up and was told.
Your Honor, I would object.
Yeah, you can't, I mean, they get to present their evidence. They don't have to go.
I just want to be able to process what he's saying.
Okay.
The reason I record things is because I have a memory issue. But
Okay, well, maybe you could slow down a little bit.
that would help.
I will do my best, Your Honor.
You are going pretty fast.
Could you please repeat that last? Was told to show at the top of your shift that I was expected to show up.
He testified that you were expected to show up. He was shown a photograph of you, and he was told not to let you in.
All right, thank you.
By some unknown, undisclosed person. So this goes only to this witness's state of mind, not to the truth of that.
As far her name evades me, but I believe,
There's no questions, sir.
oh, excuse me.
You just answer questions.
Okay, so Mr. Farley showed up at the church. What was he trying to do?
Present his ticket to be let into the event.
Okay, and did you let him into the event?
No.
Okay. What happened next?
He busted out his camera that he had on him and started filming myself and my associate Nolan, who was also working the door with me.
And what did you do then?
I had to stand watch on the door for the rest of the evening. Effectively, that's when the entire event of the evening started to unfold.
Did you tell him that he needed to leave the church?
Yes, eventually, multiple times that had to be stated.
Okay.
Leave the church? I wasn't inside the church.
Objection, Your Honor.
Hold on, sir. You can't really interrupt.
Okay.
You'll get a chance to testify or present whatever evidence you want, but this is their chance to present evidence, so you don't really get to interrupt them except to assert evidence objections. Okay.
I apologize. I'll be quiet.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mueller, do you recall at what time Mr. Farley approached the church?
I believe the event, usually have our events start around 5 o'clock, so it must have been sometime around then.
Okay. What door were you watching?
We call it the Salmon Door. It's the entrance that we have into the building on the Salmon Street side.
Is that the only entrance?
No, there's lots of doors.
Okay. And is that entrance property of the church?
Yes.
Okay. So, at approximately 5 o'clock, the defendant walked up to the doors, and then you spoke to him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, what happened next?
After he was told that he wasn't allowed in, and his camera came out, he began discussing the matter just kind of in passing with other attendees as they were coming in and out of the door. Eventually, because of all of this back and forth that was going on, the Salmon entrance, my associate Nolan and I didn't feel safe opening it after Mr. Farley tried opening the door in front of us to let himself in.
I didn't hear that last part. What was the last? What about the door? I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Your Honor.
that.
Sir, you just gotta listen carefully. I mean, what he testified to was that they decided they had the Salmon Street door open, and they were deciding that because you were there, they didn't feel comfortable having that entrance open. I think that's where we left off.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Mueller, did Mr. Farley at any point try to open the door?
Yes.
Okay. At any point during this encounter, did he sit or stand in front of the door?
Eventually, before that, he had wandered around the side of the building and tried to get into our alleyway entrance.
Okay. Let's talk about the alleyway entrance. Is that property of the church?
Uh-huh.
Is it marked as
You have
property?
to answer yes or no.
Sorry, excuse me. Yes.
It doesn't work so well.
Apologies.
So that is property of the church?
Yes, it is.
Is there any gates or fence that can be locked in that area?
There is a gate right in front of the alleyway, yeah.
Okay. Is there any signs that indicate that it's property of the church?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Did Mr. Farley ever enter into that alleyway?
Yes.
And did you see him there?
Uh-huh. Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you tell him to leave that area?
Yes, multiple times.
Okay. Can you describe what happened when he was in that back alleyway?
So, after he attempted to open the Salmon Street door, he wandered around the side of the building, and I realized he's going to try to get into the alleyway where I've been redirecting attendees of the event. I went through the building up to that entrance from the inside, opened it up, and found a woman who was there to attend the event in front of the door, and right behind her, Mr. Farley. I opened the door, let the woman in. Mr. Farley tried to get in. I stopped him from getting in, shut the door behind me. It was at that point Mr. Farley had his camera practically touching my nose, waving it around in my face I was doing this to obstruct the view and asking him to, doing this meaning waving my hands back and forth in front of the camera and asking him to leave.
Did he eventually leave that alleyway?
It took a lot of asking, but yes, eventually he did.
Okay. Does First Unitarian Church have video cameras for security?
Yes, we do.
Okay, do you have access to those cameras?
Yes.
And have you been trained to operate them?
To get the footage off of them, yes.
Okay, and you're authorized to pull that footage?
Yes.
Okay. Did you pull video footage from August 8, 2019?
Sorry, can you please spread out the time between your questions? I'm trying to process all this at once.
I apologize, Your Honor. I will attempt to go
Well,
through
it would be good to slow down anyway. It's always good to let people who, particularly fact finders, process things. So.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So, what was the last question?
The question was, did Mr. Mueller pull video footage from August 8, 2019 regarding defendants being at the church?
Okay.
And the answer is yes.
Okay. What did you do with those videos?
I backed them up onto a flash drive. Eventually, they ended up on a Google Drive to be made available to whoever may need them, being, the folks present in this room right now or otherwise.
Did you send them to anybody?
I sent them to, yes, I did.
Okay, who'd you send them to?
To yourself?
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yeah.
I'm showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this? Also, Mr. Farley, this is what I'm showing.
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
This is a CD, a DVD.
Okay, do you know what the contents of this are?
Yeah, it's the security camera footage from that day.
Have you seen the contents of this specific CD?
Yes, I have.
When did you see them?
Just earlier this morning.
Okay, and is this your signature?
Yes, it is.
And is that today's date?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and were the contents of this video, what were the contents of the clips on this video?
It's just the security camera footage relevant to what we're discussing today.
And were those clips a fair and accurate representation of what went on that day?
Yes.
Thank you. State moves to admit State's Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Objection. I don't believe they were a fair and accurate depiction because there were moments left out.
Okay, that goes to the weight of it, not its admissibility, so I'm going to overrule your objection. Do you have some way to play that?
I do, Your Honor.
Because we don't.
Yes, I do have a way to play the video onto the screen, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's taking a moment to load the disc, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. So on the screen, Your Honor, and Mr. Mueller, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, clip number 1. As this is playing, will you please describe what happened?
Can you switch it to the...
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. We're going to switch it to the one behind you because I'll see it better.
Okay, sure. Less of a glare for me, too.
You feel free, you can get up and stand back if that's easier for you.
That would be, yeah. Thank you.
Oh, it's also here. Okay.
Okay, before I begin the video, do you recognize the people in the video?
Yes.
Can you describe them, please?
Up at the top in the plaid shirt, that's my associate, Nolan Hibbert. The woman in the green, I believe her name was Jo. She was the person running the event.
Okay. And is this First Unitarian Church?
Yes, it is. This is the Salmon Street entrance we discussed earlier.
Okay. Do you recognize anyone else in that video?
Yeah, that would be Mr. Farley in the red and white skirt shirt.
Thank you.
There I am, right there, just coming out of the door.
Is that you in the black?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so what's going on in this scene?
At this point, we've got a few attendees for the event, trying to find the entrance, which they found, but obviously we're having a discussion here. Mr. Farley is pulling out the ticket that he purchased for the event. I believe it was through Eventbrite, and showing it to us, and he's being told that he won't be allowed in.
Okay, so you just walked away with the attendees. Where are you going?
Around to the alleyway entrance to let them in through that way. The alleyway entrance on 12th Street.
Okay, I'm now going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 1, clip number 2. Where is this camera taken?
This camera is in, so this is right, what we're looking at here is the Salmon Street entrance from the inside.
Okay.
We have an outside camera and an inside camera.
And do you recognize what's going on in this?
Yeah, this is the same footage we just saw, but from another camera feed.
Okay. Where did you just walk from?
I just walked out of the restroom.
Okay. All right, I'm showing you it's been marked as States Exhibit 1, clip number 3. What's going on in this video?
If you look there at the right at the beginning, Mr. Farley's holding his camera and he has a piece of paper in front of it. That would have been his ticket. Throughout the entire evening, he was narrating to his camera, filming attendees that were coming in and out, myself and Nolan. So at that point, we would have been discussing something to the effect of, here's my ticket, they won't let me in.
Okay, and is he currently standing on church property?
The sidewalk?
Yes, the sidewalk.
Yes.
Did you answer in the affirmative? I'm sorry.
I believe so, yes.
I would object to that because I don't know if there's a property line established. And the sidewalk is, as far as my knowledge.
I don't know who owns the sidewalk or whether it's a public right of way. I don't know if this witness would necessarily have a foundation to answer that question.
Given that we're responsible for keeping it clean, we've treated it as our property, if that's relevant.
Okay.
Your Honor,
The objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's received for what it's worth.
I'm showing it's been marked as States Exhibit 1, clip number 4. At this point in the day, was the door still unlocked?
Yes, it was. You can tell by the way we're not using our keys to get it up. I'm just pulling it open at this point. Right here was the first attempt of Mr. Farley trying to get into the building.
And at that point, had you told him that he was not allowed into the building?
Yes, I have.
Objection. I wasn't, you know,
What?
I can't testify, but I can say that it was, yeah, never mind. I'll
Okay,
release that objection.
next question.
It appears that you are speaking with Mr. Farley at this moment on the video. Do you recall what you said to him?
Just reaffirming that he wasn't allowed into the building.
And do you recall what he said to you?
At this point, it would have been insistence on being let in due to the fact that he had a ticket. There was a, I'm trying to think of the right way to put this here. Mr. Farley was very sure that having a ticket meant he was allowed into the building.
And did he say that to you?
He affirmed it,
An
yes.
objection that calls for speculation of what I was.
Sustained. And your motion to strike that testimony has been granted.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, clip number 5.
Okay. Here we're seeing the same events just from the inside camera angle here.
Okay. And how much force did you use to shut that door?
I had to use quite a bit of force.
Objection. That's not inaccurate.
Overruled.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, clip number 6. Can you describe what just happened?
Mr. Farley is wandering around to the alleyway entrance of the building at this point in the footage.
Okay, did you see him go to that alleyway?
I did not see him go there, but I assumed that's where he was.
Why did you assume that at that time?
We had taken attendees, like we saw earlier in the footage, around to the other entrance.
Okay, and what happened next?
That's the moment when I realized where it was he was headed. So I dashed through the building to get to the other, the alleyway entrance.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, clip number 7. Now, where is this clip
This
taken?
is the camera that's in the alleyway entrance.
Okay. How does this camera work?
Excuse me?
How does the camera work?
The camera's in motion activated.
Okay, so it would only turn on if there was some sort of movement nearby?
Correct.
So what is happening?
Which camera are we talking about? When you were saying what camera is, how does this camera work? Are you talking about the camera that is filming the scene that we're looking at?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The security camera.
Yeah.
And what's happening right here?
This is me. So the door that is to my back here in the footage is our alleyway entrance. Mr. Farley was where I expected him to be. I caught him before he had a chance to get in through that door. And what we're looking at here is me standing in front of the door and him right in front of me with his camera pointed at me.
Okay. And is this the alleyway that we discussed before, the property of the church?
Correct.
And is that the fence that you described before in the back?
Yeah, that gate.
Okay. During this time, did you tell defendant to leave that alleyway?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall how many times?
It must have been close to 10.
Objection.
What's the objection?
She asked, do you recall, and he said it must have been inferring that he doesn't recall.
Okay, objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Mueller, did you continue to tell him to leave the area?
Yes, I did. So my hand right there is up to my mouth. That's at my walkie-talkie in this moment in the footage. At this point, I had told Mr. Farley he was on private property, needed to get off. He wasn't leaving, as you can see, standing right there filming me still. So I was radioing my associate Nolan at this point for assistance.
And when you were close to Mr. Farley in that scene, did you talk to him at all?
Asked him to leave, yes I did.
Okay. Did you say anything else? Do you recall?
I told him he was on private property.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, clip number 8.
Can I elaborate when he told me that I was on private property?
No, sorry, you get a chance to ask questions when the state is finished. So right now you can just object to their questions. So next question from the state.
Thank you. Mr. Mueller, can you please describe what's going on right here?
So you can see my associate Nolan is coming through to the same entrance that we were just at. If you pause, you can look. There was multiple moments, where Mr. Farley had one leg on our property and one leg off, effectively blocking like where the gate would have gone to close. Reassuring to me that he understood full well what it was he was doing and where he was and wasn't supposed to be in this moment.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as clip number 9, State's Exhibit 1. Where is this?
So I had gone back around to the Salmon Street entrance to keep an eye out for attendees and keep an eye on that door as well.
Okay. And did you see that gate get locked at all?
I saw it get shut.
Okay.
Excuse me, what exhibit is this?
This is still State's Exhibit 1. This is clip number 9.
Clip 9, thank you.
At this point, do you know if the front door or that door entrance had been locked?
Yeah, it would have been.
Okay. Do you know whose property that sign is?
The church owns that.
Okay. And what is Mr. Farley doing?
He had some kind of flyer on him. I don't exactly remember what it was for, but he took out the flyer and tried to sandwich it onto our property there shortly after I took it out.
Okay. I'm going to show you it's been marked as States Exhibit 1, clip number 10.
So at this point, you can see that the door would have been locked here, and then no one was there with his keys looking up for that attendant.
And during this time, did you speak to Mr. Farley at all?
Only to tell him that he wasn't welcome inside the event. He wasn't getting anywhere, so my responses became just as direct as they had ever been.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure who it was that just left, but Mr. Farley had some interest in them. Being that he, with his camera aimed at them, followed them to their car. That's why Nolan and I leave the scene here.
Okay.
Go assist that person to their car.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as States Exhibit 1, clip number 11. Is this the same scene we just saw?
This is, yeah. I had ducked inside, so that flyer that Mr. Farley put on our signboard there, that's what I had in my hand when I went inside. I was going in to throw it away.
And so you said you followed those two people to your car, to their car.
Correct.
How far away was that?
It was just on the sidewalk there.
Okay.
In the public parking space.
And what did you do after that?
We just helped them to their car. We didn't open doors for them or anything, but we just walked over to make sure that they got there safely.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as States Exhibit 1, clip number 12. What happened right here?
So this is immediately after we helped those folks to the car we were just talking about. Mr. Farley noticed that we were in front of the door and put himself in front of the door, leaned up against it.
Okay, and is that the only way to enter that side of the building?
For this event, yes.
And at this point, did you ask him to leave?
Yes.
How many times?
It's hard to keep count. It would have been more than enough times.
Okay.
Multiple.
Objection, speculation, more than enough is...
Overall.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as States Exhibit 1, clip number 13. Is this a different angle of the same thing that just happened?
Yes, it is.
And the way that Mr. Farley is standing, is that door able to be opened?
No. No, he's in front of the door. Handle and the key lock as well.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as States Exhibit 1, clip number 14. Do you know who that woman is?
Is an attendant.
Okay. Was she trying to enter the event?
Yeah, through that door.
Okay.
That was the door that everyone was directed to online.
And was she able to get in that way?
No, I'm leading
Sorry,
her
what was
around to the alleyway here.
Okay, I'm going to show you it's been marked as clip number 15. Where are you when that clip was happening?
I was letting that attendant that we saw in the last clip around to the other side of the building, the alleyway entrance.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as States 1, clip number 16.
Looks like that same footage, but from the inside.
Okay, I'm going to show you it's been marked as States Exhibit 1, clip 17. Is this after you came back from that alleyway?
It is, yeah.
And so what are you doing now?
Nolan and I are discussing our options at this point.
And what did you ultimately decide?
I called the police.
Okay. And I'm going to show you it's marked as States 1, clip 18. What is happening in this scene?
Here we have Mr. Farley sitting up against the building in the door.
Okay. And how many times did you ask him to leave at this point?
I wish I had kept count.
Okay.
At dozens at this point.
Were you having any conversation with Mr. Farley while he was sitting there?
No, he was talking to us at his camera, narrating what, I don't know. But the only times I was talking to him was to tell him that he wasn't welcome where he was and to leave.
Okay. I'm going to show you it's been marked as clip number 19, States Exhibit 1. Is this the same thing we just saw?
Yeah, you can see clearly that that's the door he's up against there.
Okay.
It's the same, just again from the inside.
And could that door be open with him sitting right there?
No, it opens out there, so he's obstructing it.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as States Exhibit 1, clip number 20. Do you recall any specific comments that Mr. Farley narrated to his camera?
I recall when he got vulgar with Nolan and myself.
What do you mean by vulgar?
After I had called the police, he let on that it was a bluff and called us, I mean, what kind of language am I allowed to use in a court?
Direct
You
quotes.
can quote somebody if you want to.
We were called pussies at one point by him.
Okay. I'm going to show you it's been marked as
At this point here.
States Exhibit 1, clip 21. Now what's happening here?
So this moment, Mr. Farley gets up and starts to wander around the building towards the 12th Street side, that same side that the alleyway entrance is on. Yeah, he gets up and takes off towards that direction.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 1, clip number 22. Is this the same thing we just saw?
Yeah, this is. That would have been his ticket that he just threw on the ground right there in the footage.
So that is all of the clips. I think you can go ahead and take a seat again. And Your Honor, would you like me to give that disc to your clerk now, or would you like to wait until the end of presentation of evidence?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mueller. What happened after what we just saw where you walked away?
So after that last clip, Mr. Farley gets up and heads around to the 12th Street side of our building. I followed him from a distance, worried that he might try other doors to get in. We share our block with a needle exchange facility. The Outside In effectively rents the space from us. I noticed from a distance, again, because I wasn't interested in getting very close to Mr. Farley, he stood outside the needle exchange talking to his camera. I couldn't hear what. And then eventually he got up and down the block to the Outside In facility, doing the same thing, talking to his camera. And at that point, since he was off of our block, I circled back around on 13th Street to the corner of 13th and Salmon, so right there by the entrance that we've seen a lot of footage of.
Okay. Did Mr. Farley ever come back to the church?
Yes, he did.
What happened?
So there is an entrance, a door that leads into the room that this event was taking place. We call it the Buchan, 13th door. It's much like the one that we've seen the footage of. There's glass, and as you can see inside. I was standing near that when I noticed down 13th Street Mr. Farley walking back towards the church. And he must have noticed that the event that he was trying to get into was happening in a room that he could see into. When he saw that, he began filming the event with his camera through the glass and yelling into the attendees.
Where were you standing when this was going on?
I was standing a short ways away from the door, but when I noticed him walking down 13th Street toward there, I got close to the door.
Okay. Were you standing in front of the door?
Yes, I was.
Okay. About how far away from the door?
My back practically would have been up against it.
Okay. And are there security cameras in that area?
No, that's a blind spot of our security cameras.
Okay. So you said that Mr. Farley, you saw Mr. Farley and he walked up to you. What happened next?
So he starts trying to film the event and yelling into it. I was between the door and him, and I started to use my hand to obstruct the camera view, not touching it, but just kind of waving it like you saw in the footage in the alleyway. Eventually, Mr. Farley used the elbow of his left elbow, to pin my left arm up against the door so that I couldn't wave my hand around in front of his camera and obstruct his camera's view.
Okay. And was his left hand holding his camera?
Yes, it would have been, yeah.
Okay. And what was he doing with his right hand?
He was knocking and banging on the door as well as yelling.
Do you recall any of the specific things that he yelled?
I don't.
Okay. So at this point, he's got your left hand pinned to the glass wall. Is that correct?
My left arm.
Your
Yeah,
left
he was
arm.
right about the elbow, yeah.
Okay. What were you thinking at this time?
I was scared for the entire, all of these events leading up to it. I knew that we were dealing with someone who couldn't take no for an answer. And at this point was when it kind of felt violent almost. The shouting and the banging on the door and the physical contact with my arm.
Okay, so what did you do then?
As he was beating on the door, I grabbed at his wrist to get him to stop knocking at it. I didn't even know I was doing it. It was just a knee-jerk reaction.
Okay. And what happened then?
When that happened, Mr. Farley turned his camera on me, and if I can make another verbatim quote, told me to not fucking touch him. As soon as he said that, I let go of his wrist, and I got out from between him and the door, because as he had shifted the camera over to me, my arm was unpinned. So.
How about how long was your arm pinned to the door?
10 or 15 seconds.
And then what did you do after that?
That's when I called the police the second time. I got out from between him and the door. Again, the whole demeanor went from, dare I say, childish to threatening at that point.
Okay. And did the police arrive?
Yes, they did. Thankfully, they were pretty close at that point. The whole demeanor went from childish to threatening.
Did you have any injuries from the event?
My arm was a little sore.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Farley, you may ask questions if you have any. Don't feel like you have to. You just have an opportunity to if you want to.
Yes. I apologize. I might stutter quite a bit throughout this process because I'm just kind of coming to terms with what questions I should ask. So I'll just start with my notes. You said that your duties were as church sexton of First. We've established that this is First Unitarian Church, correct? Is that on record?
Yes.
Okay. In your position at First Unitarian, your duties are janitorial. You said evidence staff, setup and breakdown.
That's incorrect. Event staff.
Oh, event staff. Sorry. Okay. Have you ever been issued with security detail at this church before this event happened?
Security detail?
Sorry, I'll rephrase the question. Were you participating as a security detail for the church during this event?
Part of my job is to tell people to leave if they're not allowed to, and to watch the doors.
To leave. Did I ask what your job was or what your position was at the church? Do you recall at the time?
I don't recall.
You don't recall whether he asked you, or you don't recall what your position was?
I don't recall whether or not he asked me.
Okay. Well, I can tell you the state asked, and he stated his position was a sexton.
Yes. I know that. I know now that his position is a sexton, but at the time, would it have been apparent to me that what your position was? Because did you tell me what your position was? That's what I'm asking.
Objection, Your Honor. That was both asking for speculation and a compound question.
I'll rephrase it.
The first objection is overruled. I heard it as a single question. Maybe just ask your last question there that you asked. Did you tell me? I can't remember what exactly you asked.
Did you tell me what your position was?
I told you I worked at the church.
And you didn't tell me what your duties were?
I've only ever been a sexton.
Sorry, what was that?
And I've only ever been a sexton there.
Did you tell me that at the time?
I must have. Yes.
You must have. I don't know if I can object to that.
You cannot.
Okay. So, because that wouldn't call for speculation.
Objection, Your Honor. The defendant is not asking a question of the.
He can move to strike, saying it's speculation, and that motion is denied.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Then you said he wanted to get into the event. When Ms. Turnquist asked you, why did you let him in? You said that you were told at the top of your shift that I was expected to show up and someone had shown you a photo asking not to let me in. And you said that her name evades you. Do you recall what her position was at this event?
It was someone in charge of the event.
The Outside In event?
Correct.
Who worked for Outside In?
I don't know.
You don't? Okay. Was at this event. How did you know that she had a position to exclude me if you didn't know her position?
The way the church works is that places rent space from us, and I'm told when to watch the doors. So, her being the renter of our space,
Okay.
told me that you were not allowed.
So she was the renter of that space during that particular event.
Sure. Yes.
Her being the renter. Then you said you said I busted out my camera and started filming. The event started at 5. Let's see here. And were you told to watch the salmon door exit? Would that have been by the renter, or would that have been by Nolan, who is a security guard that we've established? Right?
Neither.
So you took it upon your own intuition to watch the Salmon Street exit?
No.
Or entrance?
No.
Nobody had told you to?
I was told that was the entrance this specific event was going to be using. And when we have events, I'm told what door they use. The renter or no one was not the person that gave me that information.
So then, I guess I'm confused. Nobody had told you to be out in front of the door? Or, so you as part of your position as sexton, that would have been your requirement anyway, to keep the church safe from presumed threats, presumed violators, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see me as a threat?
Yes.
Why?
Because we told you to leave a lot, and you didn't.
Why would that make you feel threatened?
Can I answer that with a question?
No.
I think it's pretty obvious that it's pretty threatening when someone who's told not to be somewhere is pulling on doors trying to get inside.
Okay. I'm just going to briefly read through some of the notes I wrote. After he was told he wasn't allowed in and his camera came out, he began discussing the matter with other attendees. And do you recall any of what I was saying to these other attendees who were walking into the building at the time?
I remember you shouting that apparently they don't let everyone in while you had your ticket out.
Shouting? What was my decimal level? Was it a loud projecting? Was it louder than this?
Yes.
How much louder?
Loud enough to be obtrusive and threatening.
Loud enough to be obtrusive and threatening.
It was
So
not conversational.
Okay, so then when I asked how was I being threatening, then you would include also the volume of my voice.
When you started raising your voice, yes.
Started raising my voice from a softer level. Are you saying that I was initially calm, in a calm state of mind at the beginning of the event, and then it had started to gradually raise? Or at what point did my voice start to raise to the attendees?
Objection, Your Honor. That's a compound question.
Can you ask one of those questions at a time?
When did you recognize my voice being raised? At what point?
Pretty shortly after we told you that you weren't allowed in. After you presented your ticket.
And did it remain raised? Did it remain elevated?
How do you mean?
I mean, was I threatening, acting threatening? Was my voice threatening you at the entire time through the pitch of it and the volume?
Forgive me if I'm a little bit confused by this, but are you asking me?
Was my voice threatening?
Yes, it
just
was.
just the tone, the sound, the elevation of it, the
Yes.
projection of it.
Yes.
And do you feel that the attendees were threatened by the sound of my voice?
I can't speak for them, but I would assume anybody talking like that on the street would probably be
So
threatening.
you assumed that they felt threatened.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did any of the attendees make any indication that they felt threatened to you?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Did they make any indication?
Hold on. I have to decide on that. Overruled.
Does that mean he has to answer?
Yeah. Can you ask the question again?
Did the attendees make any indication that they had felt threatened by me or my voice?
I can't speak for that. My attention was taken away from the attendees to deal with you.
So nobody had went up to you or anyone else working there and said that this person made me feel threatened?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Correct. No one would have had time to get my attention. I was dealing with you.
No one would have had time. I believe that would be speculation. Okay, so you didn't hear anybody talk about me. That's correct, right? Nobody mentioned my name. Nobody mentioned me aside from you and Nolan and the woman who was renting out the space. They didn't seem to be bothered by me, in other words, the attendees.
I would assume they were. Let me rephrase that, yes. Given that I had to take people from the entrance that they were told to show up to online around to a different one so often.
And they seemed okay with that? They seemed okay with walking around the other side?
No, they seemed bothered.
Excuse me?
They seemed bothered.
How so?
They were told to show up to one place and they saw that a loud person was in front of the door that they were supposed to go through, and they had to get led around to another door.
But how did it seem to bother them?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Well,
It's overruled. It's being offered not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the state of mind of the speaker.
How did it seem to bother them?
Inconvenience.
How so? How could you tell that that they had appeared to be inconvenienced simply just by following their direction to go around to another entrance when they had made no indication of that verbally?
They had been told to go to one place and they had to be led to another.
Yes.
That was the bother.
That was the bother, but they had made no indication that they were themselves troubled by that.
There were passing comments about someone is yelling outside of the door, what's going on.
Passing.
I never talked with people because my job was to watch the door.
Could you please elaborate on the passing comments?
Who is that? Who is yelling outside the door? What's going on?
So they seemed inquisitive of my presence, of what my role was?
Sure.
Okay. So when Ms. Turnquist asked you, did I try to enter the door, you then said you tried to get inside the alleyway entrance, that is property of the church. And so you were, were you saying that I had tried to, how many doors did I try to access?
That I saw?
Yes.
3. The Salmon Street entrance, the alleyway entrance, and the door that you were banging on when you pinned my arm.
And why isn't the alleyway entrance footage showing that I tried to breach that entrance?
We established it's a motion activated camera. It takes a moment.
So it didn't show any of that. But, okay. So you had witnessed me trying to access the alleyway door. How so, what was I doing to gain entry? How did that become an incident.
You went around from the salmon side to the alleyway to get in.
Did I touch the doorknob?
No, not that I remember.
Then how could I have reached that doorway if I didn't touch the doorknob and it was closed?
There was a woman, when I got there was a woman who had made her way around to the alleyway, and you were behind her. I saw through the peephole you talking to her, trying to reason with her to help you in. And when I opened the door, you tried to snake past me.
You saw me outside. So you were inside the church, and she and I were outside in the alleyway. She was walking in the unlocked door.
It would have been locked.
Oh, it would have been locked. So you let her in to this door.
Yes.
And so then you were the one who unlocked the door, opened it for her, and you said that I was trying to reason with her for her to let me in?
Yes.
What did I say?
You presented your ticket to her. As you could see in the footage, you had your ticket the entire time, up until you dropped it behind your back there. You presented your ticket to her and was trying to talk about getting into the event.
Okay. And you said that I had been presenting my ticket to pretty much all the attendees who were walking by, making the narrative known that I wasn't allowed to be inside the building due to exclusion.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I had not been trying to breach the building when I was presenting that information, correct? To the attendees, when I was simply telling them that I wasn't allowed inside. Because I'm just trying to see how.
You just need to ask a question here.
Okay.
So.
All right. I'll pass by that then. Can you describe what happened in the alleyway? That's Ms. Turnquist asking the question. You said, after he attempted to open the salmon door, I found a woman who was there to attend the event. I opened the door to let the woman in. I stopped Mr. Farley from getting into the door. So, okay. So after you had let this woman in, and you're claiming that I tried to coerce her or convince her to let me in, but then you said that you had stopped me. At what point, after the moment that you would have said that you would have stopped me, did the cameras start recording due to the motion sensor?
It's what you see there with my back up against the door.
And
so I would have just gotten a chance to let the woman in.
Can we see? Is it alright if I look at that footage one more time? Just when.
Do you know which clip number?
That would have been clip 4, I believe.
Could you erase clip 4, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sorry, I guess.
So that's the Salmon Street entrance.
And maybe it's, it would be clip 5 then? Either 5 or 3.
Can you describe which one you're looking for?
I'm looking for the clip where I'm first seen in the alleyway entrance.
Okay. Do you know which one that is?
I believe it's clip 5, Your Honor. Maybe not clip 6. Then.
It would be. There we go. Okay. Can you tell me? Can you pause that, please? Okay. I noticed that the times aren't synced correctly on the two security cameras. One says 17:28, the other I believe says 20. and it's on at the same time. Is there a problem with the synchronization of the times of your equipment at the church?
I don't know. I'm not responsible for the upkeep of the cameras.
You're not. Okay. But you were able to extract the footage from the servers, or from the how does that? Sorry, could you just explain how that process works? How you were able to extract the footage from the
Extracting the footage and
put
being
it onto the flash
responsible.
drive?
Extracting that footage and being responsible for the upkeep of the cameras as far as time sinks or what have you are two very different things. I was able to get the footage from the cameras.
Okay. Did you have any time to review the footage? Did you review it?
Yes, I reviewed every single bit of footage from every single one of the cameras from that night after your arrest.
And did you include all of the footage that has me in it?
Yes.
You didn't take any of... okay, how long was I at this event? Can you tell by the time?
From being outside and then to your eventual arrest?
To eventual arrest, yes.
Hour and a half.
Hour and a half. And I started at 5. I approached the building at 5 p.m. is what you're saying?
That's when we usually have events start, correct?
Okay.
I don't have the event sheet from that particular night.
So I'm just trying to, because the times seem off, I'm just trying to get an establishment of how long I would have been there, because there's only 42 minutes of footage total, and this is from 3 different angles. So I'm saying, I'm thinking, where's the rest of the time that I was there? There's a 45 minutes. You said it was an hour and a half.
Objection, Your Honor. This is argumentative.
Are you coming to a question?
Okay, you're just telling me that there wasn't any other footage of me at this event, and that okay, I'm just trying.
Is that a question?
Yes. Was there any other footage at that from this event that you did not include in the flash drive?
No. I included all of the footage of you that I was able to get that night.
Okay. And so,
on the flash drive.
And on the last clip, at the end of all of this, it shows me sitting down in front of the Salmon Street door and then walking away, and then the camera is shut off. Is that correct? There's no more footage after that, after me showing me sitting down and then leaving, because you say there's a blind spot on the 13th Street.
Correct. Yeah, you got up and walked away.
So after I walked away, how long was I? You said circling the building, or I went to outside in, so I went off the premises for a while, and then you're saying I came back. Did anything else happen when at that 13th Street after the footage had already shut off? Did anything else occur aside from you saying pinning with my left arm? Did anybody come out of the event and approach me?
Approach me?
Approach me or anybody. Was there another person involved at that entrance when you say that the pinning went on?
When you were yelling and hitting the door, my associate Nolan came around to see what the noise was. He was on the Salmon Street entrance watching it.
Was anybody else noticing me pounding and yelling?
Yeah, all the people inside.
Did anybody come out?
I don't know.
You were there.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
So do you remember anyone coming out of that event as you were watching me after I had pinned you, or were you then?
Had you gotta ask one question at a time.
Okay. Can I get a drink of water for a second?
Okay. There's water right there.
Okay. So now I guess we're at the pinning allegation. When you say that I pinned you for 15 seconds, and then when did you grab my wrist? Was that before or after you say that I pinned you?
You pinned me, and then I grabbed your wrist.
And for how long did you grab my wrist?
A second and a half. I grabbed it, you told me to let go, and I let go.
Did you let go before I said anything about it?
I stated earlier that I grabbed your wrist. You said, and I quote, don't fucking touch me, and I let go.
So in that sequence.
Yes.
And that's how you recall it to your best recollection.
Yeah.
Okay. Throughout the entire evening, he was. I'm sorry. And so then, okay, I'm missing this part. Then you went to call the police a second time after you had felt, presumably after you had felt more threatened by me.
Yes.
And so, what did you say during that call to the police, to the 911 call operator?
That I had called earlier about you, and you were being a lot more hostile, and we needed someone sooner.
Okay. And there's no, I thought there was a third witness. There's no police officer coming today?
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of the question.
Well, I just want to know what to ask him next about the police involvement.
He's asking who's on your witness list. Can you just, you've already presented in open court your witness list. Does that include a police officer?
It does not, Your Honor. As I said during opening, it was just going to be Mr. Mueller and Mr.
Okay.
Hayward testifying.
So no, there is no police officer coming.
Okay, so that has been taken out of the witness list. So I can't really. Do we have the 911 call at all? Can I refer to that, or is that's not a part of?
It's not in evidence at this point.
All right. So you said that I was acting. You said on the phone call that I was acting a lot more hostile, and that you needed someone sooner. Did you have a distressful tone when you were speaking to the call operator?
Yeah.
So you think that? Okay, no, I can't ask that because that would. Boy. Throughout the entire evening, he was narrating to his camera. Do you recall the message of that narration at all? Any of part of the message? Because you said that I was talking throughout the entire evening to the camera. So do you remember anything?
Bits and pieces.
Would you mind telling me what you remember, please?
You seemed to be reporting, quote unquote, on some story about child molestation. And the reason I speculate that and say that is because at one point you mentioned to me, asked me on your camera if First Unitarian Church is the building where they, quote, rape kids in the basement, unquote.
Do you know about the history of the First Unitarian Church at all?
Not since I started there.
But you've been there for 5 years? You don't know the history?
I'm just an employee.
Okay. So that would have been off-putting to you, a stranger talking about child molestation in a church that you work for, correct? That would have caused you some distress.
Talking about and accusing a building of a place.
Can I finish the question, please?
Sure.
That would have caused you distress because you had no way to verify what I was saying would have been correct. Okay, so...
Is that your question?
I'm trying to establish a bias here. So did that make you... So then you felt threatened, but was it me you were threatened by, or what I was saying, like the narrative?
You.
me.
Yes.
And so had you ever dealt with someone during an event who was like me in any way, who
No one as bad as you.
as bad as me?
It seems like you're getting off on something at hand that really has relevance to the facts that I need to decide
I think
here.
that has relevance because it shows that this was his first time directing a scene that had some sort of a person with another involvement, another type of energy that he just didn't know how to handle, presumably.
Okay.
So I feel like it goes to show that he was out of his element when trying to navigate me.
And Your Honor, the state's going to object for relevance.
All right, that's fine. I'll pass that one anyway. Given that we clean, here we go. So given that we clean the sidewalk, we consider that our property. So you would have been extra defensive about the sidewalks that were outside of the property because you personally clean the sidewalks?
Yes, I clean the sidewalk.
And so people had told you that you're responsible for the upkeep, the cleanliness of the sidewalks. What about if, do you recall the homeless encampments that were at that outside of, on the sidewalk at that, on the same block at the time?
Objection, relevance.
I'll get to that.
What was the question? Do you clean the...
He considers, do you consider this the sidewalk a part of your property because of your maintenance position and the cleanliness position? And then I'm asking about the homeless encampment that was there at the time that this event was happening, if he is also responsible for the cleanliness of the camps, or if he finds them to be intruders,
Okay.
the people who sleep there on the sidewalk.
The objection's overruled.
I'm sorry, I'm lost in the questions.
Do you interact with the people on the sidewalk who don't leave? Usually, like, would that include the homeless people that slept on the sidewalk at the time of the event?
At the time of the event? So are you asking about a specific...
Okay, first, I guess I should ask and set this. Do you have any remembrance of the tents, the homeless tents that were on the sidewalk outside of that church?
That day? No, I do not.
Okay. I don't know if I can enter stuff into evidence, pictures of the homeless encampments that were outside there, but maybe I'll bring that in later. And so,
Do you have a picture that you want to introduce into evidence?
Depending on how this is answered, I don't know if it'll be relevant.
You could show that to the deputy district attorney, and then ask the witness about it, and see whether you can have a foundation for it. But I don't.
Okay. Then do you mind if I just take a quick screenshot out of my hard drive and just present it and or show the attorney? Would that be all right?
Why don't we take a break and you can figure that out? And if you have any photographs or evidence that you want to present in the trial as exhibits,
well, I'm just asking right now if he recalls the homeless camp that was there at the time of the event, the tents that were outside.
and he already said he does not remember that.
Okay. But is that an issue for the church at all? Does that ever become an issue in your 5 years of working there? Has there been people sleeping on the sidewalks in front of your church?
Yes, there have been people sleeping on the sidewalk since I've been working there.
And what has been the church's response to those people?
As in?
I mean, would that be trespassing or would you consider that as being a part of your property and them being trespassing?
There's a certain amount of autonomy that Portland grants homeless individuals, as far as I'm aware, to the point where I will clean things up and I will ask people to leave if they're being disruptive. That answers your question?
So you will, yes, that does, thank you. So you do ask people if they're being disruptive or unruly to leave.
Yeah, things like we've had other individuals trying to get into the building, much like yourself, and I have to ask them to not do that. That's happened before, if that's relevant.
But you say that I was the worst case scenario. But so how many times do you remember asking others to leave?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that we've gone past the relevance of this.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. So then you started taking attendees to the other side. And that was this, and do you recall the first instance where you had to take attendees to the Salmon Street entrance? Or not the Salmon Street, but the alleyway entrance?
Yeah, we reviewed it on the footage.
And whose decision was it to circumnavigate to the alleyway? Was it yours or Nolan's?
Probably a combination of the two. I don't remember specifically, but I know the entrances and how to get around in that building. So when there was a disturbance happening at one door, I know how to get people where they need to go.
And so they followed you, and while Nolan stood by on the Salmon Street entrance. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And why was that? Why did you decide then to move them to the other entrance when I had not been obstructing the door at that time?
Because we didn't want you to get in. You had tried pulling on the door. There was obvious intent that you wanted in.
And how many access points are in the church? How many ways could I get in?
Almost 10?
10.
Yeah. All around the block.
But it was that door that you wanted to prevent people from going into because you felt that I was trying to gain access to that doorway.
That door being
the Salmon Street entrance.
Yes, that was, as far as I'm aware, the door that people were told to go to because of, based on the tickets that they bought.
Was that on the ticket?
I don't know. I didn't make the ticket.
You don't know.
That was the people that rented the space from us.
How can you say that that's where they were directed to go?
Because that's where people were showing up.
But you said that they were directed to go there based on the ticket, and you don't remember. You say you don't know what was on the ticket. So I'm saying
people started coming to that door. I was told by people outside of the event, who didn't have anything to do with making the ticket, to watch this door and let people in and out through this door. So that's where people were told to go.
I guess I'm just not clear on who told them to go to that particular entrance when there were 10 ways of getting inside the building. What was the indication that they had to be at that particular entrance?
It would have been on the ticket.
But you don't remember anything that was on the ticket, but you say that it would have been on the ticket.
What I said, to be clear, was that I did not make the ticket.
Mm-hmm.
I was not the one renting the space, and so I had nothing to do with the event in that way as far as making a ticket to sell to people to come in. I was told which door to let people in and out of, and that's enough information for me.
But they were not told which door to go in and out of.
Objection, Your Honor. I think this has been asked and answered.
I'm still not clear about it, though. I'm just wondering, how would they have known which entrance to go into? Okay, were other people had other people gone into the alleyway entrance
Before this?
before there? Yes, before, as you and Nolan were on the Salmon Street side, was anybody during this event entering the doorway without showing their ticket? Had anybody done that at all?
No.
Okay. All right. And you told me that I was on private property at the alleyway. If you pause and look, there was a moment where Mr. Farley had one leg on and one leg off, effectively where the gate would close. Can you tell me more about that, please? When you said that I had one leg on the property and another leg off the property, and you say that that's effectively where the gate would close. What happened there?
I had asked you to leave multiple times. I had informed you that you were on private property multiple times, and then after multiple attempts to get you to leave by asking you, you walked over to the alleyway gate entrance that we have, and you had one foot planted where the gate would swing shut, so your foot was inside the private property.
And how did you know that it was at the line in which it would have been swung? Did anybody try to swing the door on my leg?
No.
No.
I shut that gate every night. I know
So
where it goes.
I could have been standing outside and you wouldn't have. I mean, is there any indication, I guess, is there like a point at which the bricks change color? Or, I mean, how would you have known that one of my legs would have been in the way of where a gate would have gone?
There's a fence on either side of the gate.
Uh-huh.
And then it's also an alleyway.
I get that. But
So,
how does this fence, does it swivel or does it slide?
It's like a door. Like on hinges. It swings.
Okay. And so how did you know if or not after you told me to leave and after I left the alleyway, how would you know that one of my legs was inside that barrier?
Here's how to make it plain. The fence has the spot where the door shuts, and like how doorknobs work. The little thing goes in the hole and keeps it shut so you can turn it. That's right here, a piece of metal. Your leg was past it. Does that make sense?
No. Sorry.
I mean, if I had one door, or if I opened this door and had one foot in this room and one foot out of, it would be, I don't know how else to describe it.
I think we've exhausted this subject. Can you please move on?
I'll have a time to testify about that incident, correct?
If that's up to you, whether you want to testify or not.
Okay. I think in that case I would.
Okay, we're going to get through what we're going to get through. Do you have any more questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. I apologize this is taking so long. I'm really out of my element here, but I really do want to get to the facts, and I'm trying to be thorough. I'll try to go faster, though. So he had a flyer, tried to sandwich it onto our property. I guess I don't need to talk about that or ask. I don't have any questions about that. During this time, did you speak to him at all, only to tell him that he wasn't let into the event? Okay, so that's the only type of verbal indication you were giving me, was that I wasn't allowed into the event. And if I had asked you any other questions, did you answer those to that extent, or? Sorry, I'll scratch that question. I apologize. Mr. Farley had some interest in this person who was walking out of the door, and this was in Exhibit 1, Clip 10. You said that you helped them to their car. How did you go about doing that?
I just walked them to their car after you took off after them.
Did you wave your hands in my camera view?
I may have. I don't recall.
Okay. Did I seem agitated by you waving your hands in front of me multiple times?
Yes.
Okay.
You did.
Thank you. I think then in clip 16, you and Nolan were discussing your options. So after this, you escorted this person to their car who you don't know the identity of. Was it right after that moment that I sat down in front of the...
That's right after that moment that you got in front of the door. You were standing up against it before you sat down.
Okay. And you said that I might have been agitated at that point? When you
most definitely were.
Okay. And did that escalate when you had waved your arms in my face ever? Do you think that would have been an antagonistic action?
No more antagonistic than putting a camera in someone's face.
So yes, you do think it was antagonistic.
I think it was an appropriate response to being filmed by someone I was repeatedly telling to leave.
Okay. So was it the filming that you took the most issue with?
No.
But you did take issue with the filming?
Sure, yeah.
And why was that?
Because I told you to leave and you just kept filming.
But
and
specifically, did the filming make you uncomfortable?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Overruled. What was your question?
I'm asking if my filming made him uncomfortable.
Yes.
You said
there was a sign on the door saying no cameras were allowed at the event.
Mm-hmm. And
just like in plain view.
Okay, so you felt that extended to the public sidewalk too. You thought that I wasn't allowed to film on a public sidewalk.
No.
Because you thought that was an extension of your event because you have cleanliness duties on the sidewalk.
Let me answer it this way. Whether or not someone is allowed to film in a public space does not make it, like, the way they go about it can be what's agitating.
Okay. Are you alarmed by people who conduct street interviews?
Objection. I don't know the relevance of this.
Sustained. Okay. Did you feel that when I had the camera, did you feel that my intent was to conduct street interviews?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you think that I was there to use my camera as a device to be antagonistic, or did you take my notion of being a reporter seriously?
Objection. It still calls for speculation.
I'm asking what your feeling was. The speaker.
It's not relevant, is the problem. It doesn't call for speculation. It asks him what he thought, but it's not relevant. So, what he thought just has no relevance to the issues I need to decide.
Well, I'm trying to say if...
You know what? Okay, I suppose that there's some potential relevance. The objection is overruled. So you can ask your question.
Okay, do you, I'm going to try to rephrase this, make it palatable. I don't know where I was going with that at the moment, so I might have to circle back around. I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm going to read what you said. He starts trying to film the event and yelling. I was between the door and him. So now I'm taking us to the 13th Street blind spot. he started trying to film the event and yelling. I was between the door and him, and I started to use my hand to. So you were waving your hand in front of my camera, which was seemingly recording the event from outside the building. Is that correct?
Yes.
Eventually, Mr. Farley used the elbow of his left arm to pin my arm against the door. Okay, so how did I? Now, when you say I'm pinned, when you say that you were pinned, and that my elbow, or what was it? Can you please elaborate? How did I pin you? I'm not really understanding what pinning means by your definition. So, did you have any range of motion to get out of the pin, the alleged pin?
No.
You didn't have any range of motion. So, can I demonstrate, or can we demonstrate how my body, how I would have been able to pin with my?
You can ask questions, sir. You can't demonstrate here.
Well,
You're asking
I would ask
this
if
question.
this looks correct.
If you want to ask him to demonstrate.
Oh, yes. Could you please demonstrate what I was doing to pin you? Could you basically show what my arm was doing at the time in relation to the door or the building?
Do you want me to run through all of this?
I would like, yes.
Here is a door. Pretend here's a door. And my arm is here. I'm waving my arm to stop your camera from filming the event while you're yelling into the event.
My arm is like this.
And you used your elbow to pin my arm against the door. Is that clear?
Okay, so then you're saying that your arm was on the door?
Yes.
And then what, the tip of my arm or the tip of my elbow would have been pushing into your arm? Is that what you're saying? Or was it above your arm or below?
You used your elbow to pin my arm at the elbow against a door. Here is your elbow. Pretend this is your elbow. And this is the very arm. You did that.
And that's exactly how you recall it. You remember it vividly, like it.
You can ask him. Yes, that's how he testified. You asked him to demonstrate. He demonstrated. You can't ask him. Does he really mean that?
I know I'm being redundant, but I seem to recall another way it happened. But I'm trying to.
Okay, well that's not what we're doing here today. Right this second. You're asking him questions. You asked him to demonstrate. He demonstrated. Next question. You'll have a chance to testify, in which time you can tell your side of the story. That's not what we're here for right this second.
So that was for, you said 10 to 15 seconds your arm was pinned.
I wasn't counting, but yeah, it was probably about that.
Well, that's what you testified earlier, that it would have been 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Did you try to jerk your arm away when I was allegedly pinning it? Did you use any force to try to get away from?
I wriggled a little bit, sure.
You wiggled a little bit?
Wriggled it, yeah. I mean, I had a stranger pinning my arm against a door. Okay. It was uncomfortable. I felt threatened.
What was your intent, to grab my wrist to make me feel threatened?
No, to get you to stop beating on the door and disturbing the event that you had been disturbing.
But you said it was a knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah.
And that you didn't know what you were doing.
I mean, you were yelling. You had been there for however long at this point. You obviously wanted inside the building, and you're beating on the door, disturbing an event, and a knee-jerk reaction to get you to stop disturbing the event was to grab your wrist for a very brief moment.
To which I responded, can you repeat that? What did I say?
You told me, don't fucking touch me.
Okay.
You shifted the camera in my face, and that's when my arm was unpinned.
Okay. That's what do you mean? That's when your arm was unpinned?
You stopped pinning
You
my
touched
arm.
me. You touched me after I allegedly pinned your arm, right? Right after, like immediately after.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered multiple times.
Overruled.
It's just that this is a blind spot, and I'm trying to get like an exact picture since this is one of my charges, and it's the weightiest charge, unwanted physical contact.
I overruled the objection. Just ask the question, please.
I think I can bring that up in the testifying part of it. And then it finally said, that's when you called the police the second time. You wanted them to make it a priority to come out there, for them to speed up the time. So then the whole demeanor went from childish to threatening. That's something I should probably question is how did you feel that I was being childish? You said that my demeanor went from childish. Was I acting childish throughout the whole process, throughout the whole event, and then it turned threatening once the pinning happened, or?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you saw the footage of you waving the camera in my face while I'm trying to block it.
So that's what you
Like
mean by childish behavior.
Things like that.
Okay. Things like that.
Calling Nolan and I names. I mentioned you were vulgar.
Do you recall making any statement about my odor at the time?
Yes, I asked you to back up because you smelled bad.
Mm-hmm. Was that meant to be offensive to me?
No. I mean, at this point, this was in the alleyway. You were well aware of the fact that you weren't supposed to be there, and you were.
Okay. But you had approached me and then told me to back off because my odor was bad.
Oh, no, I did not approach you. That was while you were waving the camera in my face. You had been trying to get in the door, and I was keeping you from it. The proximity was all. That was all you. I had my back up to a door, literally.
So your intent wasn't to be antagonistic when you said that I stunk?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I was not trying to be antagonistic.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Mueller,
Mhm.
if any person is in that back alleyway without permission, would you tell them to leave?
Yes.
Okay. How many people have permission to that back alley?
On a regular basis, just the employees of the church.
Okay. And members of the public, when are they allowed in that alley?
If they're there for an event or for church.
Okay.
It's just having business in the building.
Are any people allowed to remain at the church after they've been asked to leave?
No, after they've been asked to leave, they're expected to leave.
No further questions.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, may this witness be excused. I would like him to stay in the for possible rebuttal.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Thank
But yeah, you're excused. Should we take our lunchtime recess at this time, or do you have a short witness?
I don't believe my questions of the next witness will take very long, Your Honor, but I do think we should take lunch recess now.
Okay. So you're free to go, sir.
Thank you.
And obviously, it sounds like you're going to stay in contact with him for potential being called in rebuttal.
Yes. Mr. Mueller, if you could go back to that meeting room, I'd like to talk to you after.
Thank you.
All right. Why don't we just take a recess till 1 o'clock?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And when we come back
So we'll be
from
back at 1
lunch,
o'clock.
things get interesting.
So we are back on the record. I think where we left off is we're ready for the state's second witness, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I do have one issue that I'd like to bring up to the court before that.
Okay.
It came to my attention during the lunch break that Mr. Farley is live streaming the trial to YouTube. And given that we have a WebEx link, there's already the requirement that the public be allowed to view this. Satisfied?
Yeah, you can't really live stream this to YouTube. That's just not. There's a rule that says if you want to film any portion of the proceedings, you have to get prior permission. there is a public, if anybody wants to come in, they can watch this proceeding. We operate in sunshine and nobody's trying to hide anything. This is being broadcast via WebEx, but we're not going to live stream it. So if you're live streaming it, I'm going to instruct you to turn it off.
All right.
And then, Your Honor, I do have a protective order that I'd like to file with the court. I have a copy for a defendant to get the video that is currently on YouTube taken off of YouTube, as well as the discovery that was placed on the YouTube earlier.
I'd like to keep it on for educational purposes, if that's possible.
Well, it was obtained wrongfully because you're supposed to obtain the court's permission if you're going to be audio or recording or video recording anything. So.
So I'm stopping it now.
I knew I should have gotten that sad trombone sound.
I can, yeah. I thought there was technical issues with the audio of the WebEx link, but maybe I'm wrong.
Am I on page 1? The document says that the state is still investigating charges against one or more co-defendants who are unindicted and remain out of custody.
Oh, Your Honor, I used the stop motion for this during lunch. I unintentionally left that portion in there.
Okay, because there are no co-defendants involved.
I understand, Your Honor. Again, this is the stop motion. I forgot to take that part out.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to redo this whole thing. There's a lot of artifacts from another case. There's a reference to an attempted aggravated murder on the first page. This is not a...
I apologize, Your Honor. I will resubmit this to the court.
Okay. I'll look at it at that time. But you're not...
Everything is private now. It's gone.
Are you recording?
No, not right now.
Okay, because I'm telling you not to record. I want to make that really clear.
Okay.
All right. So the state's ready to call its next witness?
Yes, we are, Your Honor. At this time, state would call Nolan Hibbard to the stand.
Go ahead and step around to the back of the witness box and then I'll administer an oath before you sit down. So raise your right hand. Under penalty of perjury, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat and please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Nolan Hibbard, Nolan Hibbard.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Hibbard. On August 8th, 2019, where did you work?
I was working at the First Unitarian Church of Portland.
And what were your duties working there?
I was there to work an event at the church and and provide security at this event.
And do you recall what the event was?
Excuse me?
Do you recall what the event was?
It was a meeting sponsored by the client, so to speak, was the outside in and employees, and it was a meeting with their clients and supporters.
And so you said that your job was to work and provide security. Did you have any other additional duties?
In general, help people wayfinding and specifically to prevent the defendant from entering the property.
And you said the defendant, do you know his name?
Excuse me at this second. It was the gentleman who's seated to my left.
Okay. And by your left, can you please describe an article of clothing he's wearing?
Sorry?
Please describe an article of clothing that he's wearing.
That he was wearing at the time?
No, today.
Oh, he's wearing a dark sweatshirt hoodie and a gray t-shirt.
Thank you. On August 8th, 2019, did you come into contact with him?
Yes.
What happened? Why did you come into contact with him?
I first made contact with him on 12th Avenue as he was entering a breezeway between the two buildings, a gated breezeway.
Okay, and is that gated breezeway the back alley behind First Unitarian?
I wouldn't refer to it as the back breezeway. It was more. It was one of the entrances to that wing of the church.
Okay. And you said you came into contact. What happened?
Well, I recognized the individual from a photo that I was shown, and I told him that he wasn't allowed in the church and that he'd be trespassed if he entered or remained on the property.
Okay, and did he say anything to you after that?
He said a number of things. It was pretty much a continuous verbal exchange, and so I became, I repeated myself multiple times, and he said, I'm a journalist, I have a right to be here, or things of that nature.
Okay. And were you authorized by either the church or the renter of that event to trespass?
I was authorized by the church and a church employee on site to offer assistance, provide assistance to that event.
Do you recall what time that event started?
It was, my recollection was around 6 p.m.
Okay. And do you know about how long it lasted?
I think the meeting was scheduled to be a couple of hours, but I really don't remember the specific time frame.
Okay. At any point during the event, did you see defendant try to open a church door after he was told not to?
Yes, he on Salmon Street, the entrance on Salmon Street, he was repeatedly yanking on the door, and when people would exit, he would try to gain entry. And at some point, he was around onto 13th Street trying to get into the back exit door.
At any point, did you see the defendant make physical contact with Joseph Moeller?
He made several, what I would call offensive contacts with Joseph.
And can you describe those?
I would say tugging on Joseph's arm, pressing into him as Joseph was trying to prevent him getting entry, and basically a lot of body contact.
Okay, and when you say pressing into him, can you describe that in a little bit more detail?
Well, like leaning in with the I'm not sure whether it was a forearm or shoulder. I can't remember what.
At any point, did you see defendants stand or sit in front of the 12th Street, or the Salmon Street door?
I don't remember the defendant sitting.
Okay. Do you remember him standing in front of the door at all?
Yes.
Okay. And about how long did he stand in front of the door?
The Salmon Street door?
Yes.
He was back and forth multiple times, is my recollection. So he would step back for a bit, filming us, and then try to gain entry when an opportunity presented itself.
Okay. Let's talk about the breezeway that's behind the church. Is that gated?
There's a gate, and if I can continue, my recollection was that that I found him either about to enter or entering the gate, and I was able to shut the gate to prevent him from getting in, and I think I radioed staff or Joseph to lock the door so that nobody could get in.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
All right,
Oh,
cross-examination.
wait, you're going to want to stay for cross-examination.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Farley gets to ask you questions. Go ahead, Mr. Farley.
Okay. Just going to need a minute to collect my thoughts here. So, you said that I was repeatedly yanking on the salmon door, on the door on the salmon side, and not just once?
Multiple times.
Multiple times. Did you see the security cam footage from that day?
I have not seen the security cam footage.
Okay. All right. At some point, let's see here. Did you see him make physical contact with the defendant? He replied, offensive contacts, tugging on Joseph's arm, pressing into him as Joseph was trying to prevent him from gaining entry. Where did that occur? On what entrance?
That happened on the Salmon Street entrance, and it also happened on the 10th, or not the 10th, I'm sorry, the 13th Street exit.
Is that the blind spot exit, the 13th Street one you're referring to?
I don't know what the blind spot exit is.
The one with no camera view? That
I was unaware of that at the time.
Okay. So the time that at what point did I tug on Joseph's arm on the Salmon side of things? What did that entail?
It was one point in the continuum of multiple touches and close proximity. And so exactly what point in that continuum, I don't know.
Multiple, physically touching him?
Yes.
With, you said, with what part of my body was I touching him?
Your arm or your shoulder?
Both my arm and my shoulder, or you can't remember?
One or both at multiple times.
And you saw contact was being made, and that occurred right next to you as you were guarding the door?
Can you repeat that question?
Did you physically see him, or did you physically see me touch him on the Salmon exit, and then did you physically see?
Yes, I was within 1 or 2 feet of you much of that time.
Did you see the the other side, the 13th Street entrance. Did you watch
Yes.
me? And so, what happened there
Um,
on the 13th Street side?
you were pounding on the windows, trying to disrupt the meeting. You were yanking on the door, and Joseph and I were sort of following you back and forth from the different exits, and doing our best to not to prevent the meeting from being disrupted and to prevent you entering the property.
You say that I was yanking on the door that was on the 13th Street side, which would have been looking into the event itself.
Both those doors look into the event or areas of the event.
Okay. All right, I'll move on. At any point, did you see him sit in front of the Salmon Street door? I don't remember. Do you recall when the police were called and who gave that order to call the police?
I think that was a joint decision between Joseph and myself. I mean, it got to the point where you weren't leaving, and we decided that the situation was escalating. So I and Joseph exchanged looks, and we kind of, and
What do you mean?
he left for a couple of minutes to make the call.
So it was just a look. You conveyed a look, and he knew somehow that
We
was
discussed
meant
that before the meeting that it might be necessary to call the police. So we were kind of ready to do that. Yeah.
So let me clarify. You discussed before the meeting, before I had arrived, when the photo was shown to you guys, or when did that discussion happen? That you thought that police intervention might be necessary.
At events there, we discussed what might happen, and we discussed who's going to do what. And he represented the church as an employee, so he was going to be tasked with that responsibility.
So you don't recall telling him to call the police?
I don't remember specifically saying anything other than exchanging eye contact and maybe nodding like now's the time, you know.
Now's the time. So what caused that? I mean, what at that specific time? What was the clicking point to make the decision to call the police?
For me, it was pounding on the window, disrupting the event, and the people inside were trying to hold up paper to prevent you from filming into the event against the windows.
Could I please play the clip where I'm sitting in front of the? Would you be able to play the clip where I'm sitting in front of the door again?
So if you can pull up the clips, I'm not sure which one you're referring to, but we'll try to
It's the
figure it
very
out.
last. It would be the last clip.
Can you give her the disc, please?
This will be on this monitor.
Should be. I plugged it in. I don't know why it's not working on the screens.
Is that the right one?
Well, the moment I go from a standing to a sitting position, I guess it'd be the one before
Okay.
that.
Well, we could start it over. You were in that clip. You were seated. Was that the right clip?
It would be the one before that clip where I was still seated, but I just sat down.
Okay. Is that 21 then?
I believe so. Yeah. Oh no. Sorry, it would be 20 then. Yeah. Sorry, it would be the one before, I guess. No. No. One more, please. That's probably 17. Okay. So you recall when I was standing in front of the door?
Now I do.
And do you know what led to that? Like, what happened abruptly before me going to the door and standing in front of? Like, did anything trigger that at all? That you recall?
I don't recall that. I don't quite understand the question.
I mean, did it seem like I just moseyed there for no reason, or I mean, did I have intent to? Did I make, as I was talking to my camera, did I say anything that you can remember?
No, I don't recall anything you said at that exact moment.
So you don't recall asking Joseph to call the police when I sat down?
I think that was approximately the time we made that decision.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that was when you made the decision to call the police, was when I was in front of the door and I sat down for about a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
It was within that time frame, I guess.
Okay. Do you remember anyone trying to gain entry at that time when I was in front of the door?
Other than you?
Yes, other than me.
I think during that entire event, several people approached the door. Either on a couple occasions we may have allowed them entry, but that would have taken a key. And at other times, people left, and but exactly who and when left, I can't recall that.
So then everyone who wanted to gain entry, who had an RSVP, who were scheduled to go to the event, they were able to make it inside the church?
People did show up for the event after it had started, but most people were there by the time it started. It's my recollection.
And me being there didn't obstruct them from entering the church, correct?
You obstructed people from both getting in and out, actually.
How's that? How did? What do you mean? Can you elaborate, please? How did I obstruct people from getting in or coming out?
Because that was the primary entrance to the event. And so if you were not familiar with the church, you may not know the alternate exits. And we were blocking the entry, and I think I recall telling you that you can't block the entry.
So you said that your duties at this event included security and you sent people to navigate, basically, we're navigating people to the into the church, correct? Exactly.
We facilitated people entering who were attending the event, and also people who were leaving.
Do you know how many entrances were available to the public or to the event goers? They were unlocked at the time, they were open?
At some point early on, all the exits, all the entrances were locked.
But they had all been unlocked before that?
It was after, I don't recall, I got there at 6 p.m., so I'm not sure I communicated that to Joey as well.
It was your intention. How do you feel that would? How did you feel that was going to benefit this situation?
Because there was only two of us, and there was 3 doors, so that seemed like a logical decision to make.
That's a lot of all of them. They said there were 3 entrances that were open to the public. Do you recall?
I didn't say open to the public. There was three entrances.
So then only 2 of them were. How many of those entrances were locked? I'm sorry.
Shortly after 6, all the entrances were locked.
And would that have been
At that point, it would be a managed entry on my and Joseph's card, or allowing people to leave.
But people could still, with the doors locked, how they were, they could still leave the building, and they didn't have to, you didn't have to unlock it.
Emergency exits were still available, yeah.
I'm just going to move on from that right now. So you said that, okay, when Mr. Turnquist asked what had happened, and you said, I first made contact with him at 12th Avenue. That would be the Salmon entrance, correct?
That's my recollection.
I recognized him from a photo that was shown. I told him that he wasn't allowed on the church and told him he'd be trespassed. What did you mean by on the church? I mean, where did you establish any lines of where the church was, or what it entailed, if it extended out beyond the sidewalks, or did you clarify that?
No, but the breezeway or alley was gated, and it was surrounded by church buildings, and so that is my common thinking was that was church property, because it's closed and locked off.
And at that time, had you told me that the open alleyway was unavailable to me personally, or had you just made an indication that the church, inside the church, was unavailable to me?
I was referring to you specifically, that you weren't allowed on the property.
Okay. I'm not sure if that answers my question, but he said a number of things, continuous verbal exchange. He said, I'm a journalist, I have the right to be here, things of that nature. What did you say in response, or do or say in response to me saying that I'm a journalist with the camera?
I don't remember saying anything other than you can't get on a property, and you can't, or that you can't disrupt this meeting.
Did you personally feel threatened by me being there?
I felt that I can't really recall how I felt at the moment, other than I was concerned about you getting entry to the church, and then what disruption would occur if you had gotten in. And I saw fear and anxiety from the participants who could see what was going on the inside of the church. And so that...
and would that have been when I was knocking on the church?
That was one occasion, but your loud voice and yanking on the doors and argumentative behavior was contributed to my feeling that we had to prevent you from getting in.
But nobody came up to you. Did anybody come up and tell you that I was a problem to them, or that I was causing a disruption, that I made them feel uncomfortable or unsafe?
As somebody who had worked there many years and knew many of the people who were there, I could see the anxiety, if not fear, in a lot of their faces. So
what does that look like? What does anxiety and fear look like in someone's face if they're not verbally telling you about what they're feeling?
Reactive. All I can describe it as an expression that was not somebody that was relaxed and comfortable in the space.
Do you remember what my expressions were like?
Not specifically, other you were talking pretty much continuously during the whole exchange.
To you, would I have appeared to be in distress?
You didn't seem to be in distress. You were highly energized.
Okay. But not, was I violent at any time?
I would describe that I felt that the potential was there because of your close proximity, and after not responding to reasonable requests to keep your distance and not enter, I frankly didn't know where it was going to escalate to. So, yeah, I was a little concerned.
Concerned for the potential of violence, but I asked you, was I?
Well, okay,
violently?
I felt that there was a potential there.
But was I behaving that way? How so? You nodded in the affirmative.
Objection, Your Honor. Not allowing for a witness to respond.
Well,
Sustained. You asked a
shook his
question,
head.
you
I
gotta
just
let him
wanted to-
respond.
Could you repeat the question?
Do you remember? Sorry. I know I had a line of thought. This is very difficult. Kind of admire what you all do. Okay. If you recall what time the event started, I think the meeting was scheduled to be a couple of hours, but I don't remember. Do you remember who showed you the picture and first of all, do you remember who showed you the picture of me?
I don't remember. It was either a staff member or it was one of the staff from outside in.
And did they give you any special instructions on what to do if I arrived?
Yes, they didn't want you disrupting the meeting they were having.
Okay. And they didn't say why? They just showed they didn't.
They said you had caused offensive acts, that you had gained entry into their offices at some time shortly the week before. I can't remember exactly when it was, but you had walked into the office and you were filming in their office.
Whose office?
And they repeatedly told you to leave.
Who are you? Okay. Who are you referring to when you say?
I can't remember who it was.
So you don't know what office they're talking about?
The outside in office.
Okay.
And I'm not sure whether it was which office it was.
So you had no prior knowledge to anything that they were saying. You just took it on face value.
Can you speak a little louder, please?
You took their that on face value, and I'll scratch that. A lot of body contact. I would say, where's the body contact in this footage? But I don't want to go through the footage again on salmon. But let's see. I think I might. So okay. You say that I would step back and try to gain entry when the opportunity arose. How many times do you recall that I would step back and then try to gain entry? Was that frequently?
I can't estimate the number of times, but given that I think it was at least a 40-minute time frame, if not longer. I wasn't keeping track of time, but you went to various entrances and to gain entry.
Was I doing anything else as I was going from entrance to entrance? Was I talking to the attendees? Was I talking to my camera as I was speaking a narrative? Or
it's my recollection that when Representative Earl Blumenauer left the meeting with his assistant, that you fall into his car yelling at him and filming him. That's one incident I recall.
You say yelling. What?
Loud voice, I could hear you from several feet away. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall putting your arms in my, obstructing my way in my view when that was occurring? When
I may have tried to get between you and the congressman, but I can't. I don't actually remember exactly what happened there. I mean, in terms of my body proximity to yours.
Okay. But you recall my audible proximity, just not how close we were together. I think that's it.
Any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor. So, Mr. Hibbard, you called the contacts that defendant had with Mr. Moeller offensive. Why did you call them that?
Because if the defendant wasn't in actual physical contact, he was within inches of Joseph's face or my face many times, and was pushing against Joey to try to push Joey out of the way of the doors, and myself, and both of us repeatedly told him to stop doing that, and he continued to do it, and that's offensive in my definition.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Can I have a follow-up to that?
No, that's not the way it works. You had a chance to cross-examine.
I didn't know if there was a cross-examine in the process.
There isn't generally. Is there something specific that you think was newly raised? Because it all seemed within the scope of your cross.
Yeah, well, before he was saying that there was offensive physical contact, and now he's saying that I was within inches of Joey. I just wanted him to elaborate on that, if I made physical contact or not, because that's the basis of this.
Okay, I'll allow that very limited question. Okay, go ahead and ask your question.
Did you say that I was within inches of Joseph, Joey?
Your face was within inches of Joseph's face, and at multiple times your body was in contact with Joey's. And that was, you're asking me a somewhat subjective question, as if I thought that was offensive, and yes, I did think it was offensive. And when you did the similar things to me, I thought it was offensive as well.
I'm sorry. That's all. I am.
All right, you may step down, sir. Thank you. State's next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
Okay. So now's the time for you to call whatever witnesses you want to call, Mr. Farley.
I am my only witness.
Okay. It looks like do you want your witness excused?
Am I allowed to stay, or?
You're permitted to stay.
So you're not going to be calling him in rebuttal?
I don't anticipate calling Mr. Hibbard in rebuttal, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, you won't be able to if he sits in here.
I understand. Mr. Hibbard, if you're willing to sit in that meeting room until we get through the next.
So, to facilitate your own testimony is tricky. Here, I'm going to make a suggestion on how you do it. The way testimony normally works is you ask yourself, an examiner asks a question and the witness answers it. So, what I'm going to suggest is that, I'm not going to hold you to a question and answer strictly speaking, but I'm going to try to at least generally have you follow that. So if you can at least state a question, and then pause for a moment, and then state an answer. But before you do that, I will need you to swear or affirm to tell the truth. So I'll have my clerk administer an oath.
Okay.
Please stand up and raise your hand. Under penalty of perjury, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please take a seat and state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Brandon Farley, Farley.
Right. So.
Your Honor, I do have a brief interruption. I apologize. Defendant did waive his right to his opening earlier, and I didn't know if he wanted to.
Oh, that's a good point. Did you want to make any kind of opening statement? I mean, you don't feel like you have to. I'm just saying you have the right to if you want to. It's not evidence. It's
context, right?
It's up to you. What do you want to do?
Sure. Yes, I'll do that.
Okay. So you can make an opening statement.
Okay. Can I, in the opening statement, am I allowed to refer back to what I just absorbed in this courtroom from
You are.
the witnesses? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, my name is Brandon Farley. I consider myself a journalist. I consider myself an activist, and someone who is well known in the community as a reporter who reports strange stories and uncomfortable truths. Some people immediately dislike me for the types of uncomfortable truths I report on. Others love me for it, but I often get mixed reactions from people. And oftentimes those mixed reactions come with violence, threats, and at the time, I was reporting on a story that I felt was important, but it was an uncomfortable truth. I don't particularly have to get into the details of that story, but it does involve outside in. And my intent was to go to this event, which I had received an RSVP. I got one from Eventbrite online. Had been working up to this event for weeks, doing research about the church, doing research about outside in, and conducting interviews with people around the church who were living in the camps. And I wanted to tell a more in-depth story of the history of that church and its influence in Portland today and the history of outside in. So I came to this event hoping that they would let me in so that I can get a better understanding of how they operate. Coming in there basically not knowing much about the church, but being curious. My curiosity compelled me to want to ask the attendees, the event goers, what their experience was like in this event and what they expected to get out of the event. Why were they there? As I had been excluded at the door, I was not entitled to that information. So as I feel that I'm a reporter and a journalist, I was doing my due diligence to try to get a better understanding of the story that I had been working on for several weeks. When I approached the door, I was told I couldn't enter. I showed them the RSVP. I was not given an explanation. seconds talking to me to get a broader understanding of the situation, maybe they would have seen that I didn't come there with ill intent. I myself am a wild card, and when people come up to me and they see my type of personality, it invokes something in them quite often. And I think that's a cultural divide that it just happens. Like I said, I get attacked for reporting at protests, and I usually film in hostile environments. A lot of my videos have gone viral and been seen on Fox News and MSNBC. I was retweeted by the president twice for my videos here in Portland. Some of my videos have even made their way into the DA's office as they showed people being attacked, bloodied in the streets, and they were charged subsequently with felonious crimes through the DA's office in Multnomah County. So I felt that my filming was and still is a valuable resource to this city. And at the time, it was very early on in my journalism endeavor. I was and still consider myself an amateur, but back then I could say that I didn't know what I was doing at these events. I only based it off of the feelings that I had at the time. And what I felt wasn't right was that people were dying in the streets. And in my research, in my opinion, I felt that Outside In took part in the responsibility of this death that happened around them. So I felt an obligation to Portland, to the people who were dying. I felt an obligation to them especially, and the people I was interviewing about Outside In, that the story needed to be told. And maybe I didn't do the best job at conveying that intent. Or maybe I was so passionate about what I was filming, it didn't come across as anything more than child's games, or how Joseph put it, acting childish.
So you mean Mr. Moeller? We generally refer to people by their last
Okay,
names.
Mr. Moeller. Mr. Mueller said that I was acting childish, and I will agree to that. I was acting childish. I was being disruptive. I didn't feel like I was breaking the law. I didn't understand the property line through all the other events that I'd filmed up to that point. It had been completely different. And the hostility manifested differently in this type of environment, whereas before I would get bear maced or bloodied or attacked in the streets by Antifa. This time it was just, normal people wanting to attend an event, and I felt hurt that I couldn't be let in. But I didn't want to enter without being let in. When I touched the door, in the one time in the security footage that you see, that was, yes, me being disruptive, behaving badly, but I did so with a smile on my face and in a joking manner, and I was really trying to convey sarcasm in that moment, and I didn't have the intent to breach the barriers. I never wanted to get inside unless they would allow me in there. The story I was telling at that point were of the attendees, one of them being Congressman Earl Blumenauer, who Mr. Hibbard had alluded to. And it was at that point, which was a main focus of mine, I really wanted to speak to Earl Blumenauer. Mr. Hibbard said that I was yelling at him. I could bring up video that shows that is not the case. I had a softer tone than how I'm speaking now, and I simply asked him, "How did you like the event?" As I was being accosted by two people away from the property as he was walking to his car. And it was at that moment that I felt so stressed and so panicked by the situation that I just had to sit down and collect my thoughts, talk to my camera, breathe. And if I would have seen anybody trying to gain access, I wouldn't have wanted to prevent them from getting inside. I didn't pin Mr. Muller's arm the way he said I did. What I did was disruptive and possibly stupid. But it's the moments in the protest where I do stupid things and put myself in daring situations that I do get footage that helps people. Like the DA's office and people getting attacked. But maybe it was the wrong time at the wrong moment. I don't know. I've learned a lot since then on how to behave properly at these events, despite my passion despite that. And it has been a very, very long road with a lot of battle scars. And if I did make them uncomfortable, if I made them fearful, I recognize that I am a wild card and that I have mental health issues. And at the time, I wasn't taking the social cues into consideration.
I think you may be getting kind of into the realm of what you want to do to testify. This is not evidence, so the idea here is to just give me an outline of what you expect your evidence will show, and you're actually just giving me your story. So I think that's what you want. I assume you want me to consider that as evidence, because I weigh evidence. This maybe helps me weigh the evidence, but it's not evidence.
Okay.
Do you understand the distinction? I know maybe it's subtle. This is not evidence. So what a fact finder does is I listen to evidence. I listen to testimony of sworn witnesses, and I apply a standard of proof, and I decide whether that standard of proof is met or not. And you have a chance to present evidence if you want. What you're saying here is not evidence because it's your opening statement. It's you're. I mean.
Well, okay. My evidence is.
I'm not asking you to tell me. You know, a lot of people use this sentence. Maybe this is helpful. We expect that the evidence will show X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
And then you present that evidence.
Well, I've seen all the evidence. Right?
You've seen all the state's evidence, and you don't have any obligation to present any evidence if you don't want to. And I will still apply the same standard of proof. I will decide whether the state has proven the charges beyond a reasonable doubt.
So then I can testify after this opening statement.
You can. Your opening statement is going on, and oftentimes judges stop lawyers in the midst of opening statement because they're not really giving an opening statement anymore. They're starting to make arguments or present evidence, but it's not evidence.
I watched a bunch of videos on YouTube about opening statements, and it's still hazy to me, so I think I'm just going to leave it at that.
Okay. So you have been sworn as a witness.
Okay.
So do you want to go ahead and start your witness examination? When you're done, the deputy district attorney will be able to cross-examine you.
Okay.
So, you can go ahead and ask yourself a question, and you can answer it.
What was my intent when I walked up to this church?
And you're talking about August 8th of 2019, right?
On August 8th, 2019,
okay.
At First Unitarian. My intent was to report on a story, or a series of stories linked to Outside In, as well as the First Unitarian Church and the I-405 corridor, where a lot of homeless people had been ODing off of various drugs. And I found a causal link from that area, the I-405 corridor, to the outside in needle exchange, and wanted to further elaborate on my research to make sure that I was correctly pointing, making sure that I was correct in my assumption and my research. I didn't want to put out false information. Did I ask why I wasn't allowed into the event? Yes. Was I given a explanation? No. Did I ask Mr. Mueller what his job title was? Yes. Did he respond, answering my question? No. That is how I recall. Did I touch Mr. Mr. Hibbard? Did I touch Mr. Hibbard? Did I make physical contact with Mr. Hibbard? No. The security footage shows nothing of the sort. Did I make physical contact with Mr. Mueller? I would say the contact happened when I placed my arm on the window on the 13th Street exit, and my elbow was touching the window as Mr. Mueller was at the time waving his hands to obstruct my camera view. Did I experience panic during this flustering of hands in my face? Yes. Why? Because as someone who films a lot of protests in hostile environments, and I'm well known for that, I often have situations where people start putting their hand in my face while I'm filming the event or the riot, and then it leads to me being attacked. And that stress was followed, in this instance, gosh, this is difficult. Did I feel like I was trespassing? No. When Mr. Hibbard, excuse me, to refer back to this. How did it make me feel when Mr. Mueller told me that I stink? I felt demeaned. I felt like he was attacking me for wanting to do a job. I felt that he had a bias against me at the time. And I felt that he was just being mean. And did he ever tell you what his occupation was or where he worked? No. How many times did he tell me to leave? And in what manner? Mr. Mueller, as far as I can recall, wasn't asking me to leave. Do you recall Nolan asking me to leave? Do I recall Nolan asking me to leave? Yes. As soon as I approached the salmon entrance, he said, I recall him saying something along the lines of, "You can't come in to this event." What did you walk into the event? Did you follow those instructions by not going into the event? Yes. Trying to present something with substance, but it's like there's dueling personalities in my brain right now, having to ask myself questions. It's kind of weird. Do you have any questions? I'm done.
Okay. So cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Farley, you know First Unitarian Church is a religious organization, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
You understand that First Unitarian Church is a religious organization, correct?
To be honest, I don't know what exactly everything that there is to know about Unitarianism, but I believe it's religion.
And First Unitarian is a church, correct?
You asked if it was a religious
Organization. Is
organization?
it a church?
Yes.
And do you know that it's private property?
Do I know this? Yes.
Okay. Do you know what services Outside In offers?
Yes. I was there for 6 years as a homeless individual.
Okay. So you know they offer medical care?
Yes, I received medical care from them.
And daytime services?
Yes, daytime program services for homeless youth.
And pharmacy for people?
The Outside In clinic, yes.
And tattoo removal?
Yes.
And counseling?
I know this.
And employment services?
And what?
Employment services.
Employment services. Lacking, but yes.
So what was your causal link that you found between the I-405 corridor and Outside In?
Well, you didn't ask about the needle exchange program, but that's a part of the Outside In services. And I initially found a report from 2016 which said it showed that through Outside In needle exchange, they had put a million needles on the streets in fiscal year 2015 to 2016. And I saw a link between Haven Wheelock, who I forget what her position is, but she's one of the higher ups at Outside In needle exchange, who worked in conjunction with John Hopkins. And I was seeing people walking into the Outside In needle exchange. I was personally witnessing it, going across the street, shooting up in the open, leaving their trash everywhere, and then coming back for more. And if nothing else, in my mind, I felt Outside In had an obligation to give these people humane treatment instead of enabling them like that.
So you're bothered by the needle exchange?
Yes.
You can come back in.
Alrighty. So we'll take a 15-minute recess.
Thank you.
From underneath my this move,
And you said you were
their trash everywhere, and then coming back for more. And if nothing else, in my mind, I felt Outside In had an obligation to give these people humane treatment instead of enabling them like that.
So you're bothered by the needle exchange?
Yes.
Have you ever referred to yourself as a civil rights activist?
I'm sure I have, yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Let's talk more about the specific event of August 8th, 2019. You said that Mr. Moeller was being mean. Did that upset you?
I was very upset.
Okay.
I held it all in, most of it in, but yeah, it hurt me.
And you made contact with Mr. Moeller. You said in your direct that contact happened when you placed your arm on the window. So you agree you made contact with Mr. Moeller?
I agree that I state that he made contact with me when my arm was fixed in a singular location.
Okay.
And he was trying to navigate around my elbow, and I'm saying that he wasn't pinned.
I see.
He had a way to move from underneath my this move, you know.
And you said you were experiencing some panic during this incident.
Yes, I have a history of panic attacks.
When did the panic start?
Well, to be honest, it started before I even went to the event. Like as I was walking to the event, I was panicking because I know about Outside In, and they have done things to discredit me, and they have sent people to attack me. And
They sent people to attack you?
yeah, the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence attacked me in front of Outside In.
Okay. So you said your panic attack started before you got there?
Yes.
What are your symptoms?
I didn't say it was a panic attack. I said my feeling of panic started.
I see. Did you have a panic attack during the incident?
It's hard to tell, but not a full-on panic attack, no.
Okay. What kind of things happen when you start to panic?
It could really manifest in several different ways. I mean, what are you asking? I'm sorry.
Do you get anxious? Do you get sweaty? Do you have blurred vision? That sort of thing.
When it gets really bad, I freeze. And I feel the energy inside my body coursing throughout my body, but I don't know how to move, and I can't speak properly, and I stutter, and then I start to hallucinate.
I see. And so at what point during the incident on August 8th, 2019 was your panic the highest?
Right as I approached Earl Blumenauer. Well, no, that's when it started elevating. Really started elevating was when I wanted to get the interview with Earl Blumenauer, and the two men were, he says he can't remember the distance, but he was right in front of me with waving his hands, and that's when the panic and the remembrance of being attacked by Antifa so many times just kicked in. And, yeah.
Okay.
And then another instance of the panic was during after Mr. Mueller had grabbed my wrist, and I was knocking on the window. Somebody came out of that event and started to chest bump me and verbally harass me. And that was the woman who was, I believe that's the woman who gave them the photo and said I couldn't come in to begin with.
Okay, and what happened after she started chest bumping you?
I became even more excited. I said, I think I said something along the lines of, I'm going to tell the police what you're doing. And that is right when the police had rolled up on the scene. And so I went directly to the police officers away from the church to try to explain my side of the story. But was only given about 60 seconds in total to give the report.
So you were at First Unitarian for about an hour, right?
Yes.
Okay. At any time in that hour while you were feeling those heightened feelings of anxiety and panic, did you leave?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I walked around the block.
Okay. Did you go home?
No.
Did you go get some water?
No.
Okay. So you went around the block and then you came back?
Yes.
Okay.
I needed to stay close because I wanted to talk to the attendees. as they were leaving. I wanted to ask what their experience was like.
Thank you. No further questions.
Alrighty. Do you have any redirect for yourself? I feel like you have to. I just want to give you that opportunity.
No, thank you.
All right. Do you have any additional witnesses?
No.
Okay. Does the state have any rebuttal witnesses?
No, Your Honor. There's no rebuttal witnesses.
Okay. So that means we're going to go to closing arguments. The state gets to go first, then you get a chance, and then the state gets to go last. The reason they get 2 chances is because I'm going to hold them to the burden of proof. In other words, it's their burden of proof. They have to prove these charges against you are true beyond any reasonable doubt. So, with that, is the state prepared to go forward with this closing, or do you want to take a short break?
If we can take a short break, Your Honor, I'd like to be able to tell the witnesses that they can come back in.
Alrighty. So we'll take a 15-minute recess.
Thank you.
Alrighty. So we're ready to go forward with closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state asks that Your Honor find defendant Brandon Farley guilty of both trespass in the second degree and harassment in the Class B misdemeanor. I'd like to first address criminal trespass in the second degree and then address the harassment charge. In order to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that defendant committed a criminal trespass in the second degree, the state must prove that the act occurred on or about August 8, 2019, and that Brandon Michael Farley knowingly and unlawfully entered and remained in or upon the premises. In this case, the premises being First Unitarian Church's property. Your Honor, knowingly means in this case acting with an awareness, and in this case, defendant did act with an awareness that he was not allowed to be on that property, specifically in the back alleyway. That's the most egregious incidence of trespass in this case, where he's on a piece of property that is private. Victim, Mr. Moeller, did testify that there are signs that say it's private property. He informed defendant that it was private property and told him that he needed to leave. Mr. Moeller told us and testified that he was a person in charge of that area. He's authorized by his employer, the church, to trespass people, and people are not allowed in that back alleyway without church permission. Further, the trespass also occurred when Mr. Farley refused to exit the area after being told he was not allowed to be there. That's the enter and remain unlawfully portion. So the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that defendant did knowingly and unlawfully enter, remain in, or upon that premises, and that's shown through testimony of Mr. Moeller, testimony of Mr. Hibbard, as well as that video evidence. The second charge that the state is asking Your Honor to find defendant guilty of is harassment. And in this case, there are 4 elements of harassment. First, the act occurred on or about August 8, 2019. The second, defendant harassed or annoyed Joseph Moeller by subjecting him to offensive physical contact. That defendant intended the contact to occur, and that defendant intended to harass or annoy Mr. Moeller. And Your Honor, the state has shown and proven this charge beyond a reasonable doubt. First, there's no dispute that it occurred on or about August 8, 2019. Second, defendant harassed and annoyed Mr. Moeller by subjecting him to offensive physical contact. Mr. Moeller testified about having defendant's elbow placed on the left side of his arm, pinning him to a wall. And offensive physical contact means that which a reasonable person would regard as offensive in the same and similar circumstances. And in this case, any reasonable person would regard that as offensive. And further, we heard testimony from Mr. Hibbard that he thought it was offensive when it happened to Mr. Moeller. Your Honor can make reasonable inferences about the facts of this case, and in this case, you should make the reasonable inference that defendant intended the contact to occur. In this case, during his cross-examination, defendant testified that he did not ever leave the scene despite feeling very panicked. He intended to be at the church. During his testimony, he talked about intending to be at the church to discover his story. He talked about how he was trying to do his journalistic duty. So we can make the reasonable inference that all of his actions are intentional, and we can see that further through the testimony of Mr. Moeller, that even after he had pinned his arm, he continued to pound on the window and door leading into the event. Finally, we can infer that he also intended to harass or annoy Mr. Moeller because he was, as he put it, upset by Mr. Moeller making a comment about his body odor. He said that Mr. Moeller was being mean, And then through that, Your Honor, we can see that he intended to harass or harm Mr. Mueller because he was upset. He wanted to fight back, basically. For those reasons, Your Honor, the state is asking that you find defendant guilty of both trespass and harassment. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Farley, when you're ready.
First, I will address the last statement that I wanted to fight back. I did not. I didn't want to fight at all. I didn't fight, in fact, but said that in the plaintiff's closing arguments, it was stated that I did not leave the scene despite feeling panicked, when in my closing argument, or no,
Your opening statement?
I had, throughout this trial, I had explained that, at one point I explained that I did leave to go walk around, and that was because I was feeling panicked at the time. I came back to conclude the event to see to conduct interviews with people who were leaving the event, which is something I felt was within the realm of my journalistic duties, to peacefully ask people questions politely on the sidewalk. Let's see here. So the defense said that the defendant intended contact to occur. I stated that I did not want the contact to occur. In fact, I was trying to prevent further waving waving hands in the face, which had made me feel panicked. So I placed my elbow on a door statically, not intending for him to continue to flail his arms in front of me. I stated that he had full motion to move his arm away from my positioned elbow that was on the door and not touching him at the time. There is no, despite there being 3 separate camera angles, nothing shows this. In fact, there are conflicting witness accounts that is conflicting with the video evidence. When Mr. Hibbard stated that I had touched Mr. Mueller several times, when Mr. Mueller had indicated that it was only one time, it also stands to reason that 2 years have passed since this incident, and there will be hazy remembrances of the accounts, but I just remember it differently. I think we all the witnesses have conflicting statements. Did I knowingly trespass? No. I didn't knowingly trespass. I thought that had to be issued by a police officer, and I didn't even know what Mr. Mueller's position was at the church, or if he was even affiliated with that church, because he had not made any indication of that, other than his presentation. But when I asked him what is his position, he wouldn't answer. He made reference to my body odor, and I believe that was to further place his superiority over me and make me feel like less of a human. And that's the type of treatment that I received when I was homeless for 7 years, and getting that from a person of the public who I'd never met was very overwhelming to me, but I processed it nonetheless. This is an issue of, I believe, of the First Amendment and my ability to capture footage that is relevant to the times, that is relevant to the stories that I'm seeking, and I've always done so with a level of consideration for the people I'm filming, for the subjects and the people around me. In this rare instance, it was something I didn't know how to navigate through when my only intent was just to go into this event, give them my RSVP, sit down, if they, but I felt, I don't think the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that I'm guilty of either charge. That's all. That's my closing statement.
Okay. Do you have any rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Your Honor, this case is about actions and reactions to those actions. In this case, defendant took actions that show his intent, that show that he knew what he was doing. He had opportunities to leave. He had opportunities to take different actions, and yet he continued on his path forward. Specifically with the trespass, Your Honor, Mr. Farley said that in his closing, that he believed only a police officer could issue that. But you have to ask, Your Honor, if he believed that and there was a person telling him to leave, why didn't he just leave and call the police? He knew that he was not supposed to be there. He disregarded that, and he was in that alleyway. He talked about conducting interviews within the realm of his journalistic duties, being peaceful with people on the sidewalk. And the actions of the videos, Your Honor, show that's not the case. What we see in those videos, are we see someone who's taking the camera, moving it around, causing another person to try to block that view. Mr. Farley talked about in his closing 3 separate camera angles with conflicting witness accounts. And he also talked about 2 years passing since this case. And that's true, Your Honor. 2 years, almost to the day, have passed since this event happened. And there is a little bit of memory loss that happens with that. But Mr. Farley himself said that when he gets into a heightened state of panic, he often has hallucinations and he can't remember. So the question is, Your Honor, for you to make the determination of credibility in this case, of the 2 witnesses, Mr. Hibbard, Mr. Moeller, and then Mr. Farley's account. This is not a case about First Amendment, Your Honor. This is a case about actions, and the actions Mr. Farley took. The actions of walking into the alleyway, the actions of sitting in front of the door, the action of trying to pull the door open when it was shut, and the actions of pinning Mr. Moeller's arm to the wall. That was an offensive physical contact. Mr. Moeller said he felt threatened. He said his arm was sore. And Mr. Hibbard said that he believed it was offensive just watching it. Mr. Farley said in his closing that he has a level of consideration for people around him, and the video in this case shows that he does not. This is a case about his actions of trespassing, his actions of harassment, and nothing more. For those reasons, Your Honor, the state asks that you find defendant guilty of both trespass and harassment.
Okay, we'll take a short recess. I'm going to go over my notes and then I'll render a verdict. So, you want to reconvene at 3:20?
Did you say 3:20?
Yep,
Yes, Your Honor.
3:20 right here. All right, so we are back on the record in State of Oregon versus Brandon Michael Farley. It's case number, sorry. (19 CR 52296), and I've had a chance to review my notes and think about the evidence and carefully consider it. With respect to count 1, that is the harassment charge, I find that the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime of harassment on August 8, 2019. I don't believe there was sufficient evidence to conclude that Mr. Farley Mr. Farley's purpose in touching in an offensive way was to harass or annoy. I think I've reasonable doubts on the purposes for the touching. Obviously, there was some disputed testimony about touching. There was some, I think, Mr. Farley testified that there was some physical contact in connection with the episode with filming and banging on the window. It seems equally plausible that Mr. Farley's purpose in touching Mr. Moeller during that episode was to be able to continue filming and pursuing his journalistic purposes for as opposed to intentionally attempting to annoy or harass Mr. Moeller. So I find that the state has not satisfied its burden of proof with respect to count one. With respect to count two, criminal trespass in the second degree, I find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the elements of criminal trespass in the second degree. It was clearly communicated to Mr. Farley that he was intended to leave. The folks who were communicating that, obviously I watch a videotape, they possessed keys to the property. They were clearly in the position of authority of letting people enter and exit the property. They were clearly in both apparent and actual control of the property, and instructed Mr. Moeller to leave the private property, and he did not do so and continued to remained on the premises, specifically with the alleyway to a separate doorway was clearly part of the premises where he was asked to leave and did not do so. Certainly didn't do so right away and was delayed in doing that. I believe that satisfies the state's burden of proving criminal trespass in the second degree. So I'm finding the defendant guilty of count two, criminal trespass in the second degree. Mr. Farley, you have an absolute right to wait 2 days for sentencing, or we could go forward today. So we would, if you wanted to wait, we would find a date at least 2 days from now for a sentencing hearing, or we could go forward today. Totally up to you.
If you know what you want to do, then yes, today is fine with me.
Okay, well, for the first thing I do is I listen to the state and hear their recommendation, and I hear, and you get to respond to that. Okay. So,
yes.
Does the state have a recommendation on a sentence for count two?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state is asking 30 days jail, book, and keep. The count of trespass is not eligible for formal probation, and it's the state's opinion that bench probation doesn't serve any purposes. Defendant has been trespassed from the church property, which is one of the main concerns the state has, as well as no contact with the victim, with Mr. Moeller. There's zero resources that we can enforce necessarily with bench probation besides reporting to the court. But again, he's already been trespassed from the building. It's the state's position that this is an appropriate punishment for this, or an appropriate sentence for this case. And there's a couple additional reasons, Your Honor. One is that Mr. Farley's behavior leading up to this trial has been egregious. He's had to be trespassed from the entire court building because of his interactions with the DA office staff. I
can't really sentence him based on that behavior, can I? I mean, I don't know anything about it.
Your Honor
factually
is allowed to consider it.
I don't know. I mean, there's no factual showing. I don't know that. I mean, you can say yes, he's been trespassed from the courthouse, but I haven't seen any documentation of that.
I understand.
It's an odd thing to do, to trespass someone from a public building, but
I understand, Your Honor. It's part of the state's argument that the 30 days is an appropriate sentence.
So you mentioned that he's been obviously trespassed from the First Unitarian Church. Has there been any allegations of violation of that order?
None that I have, Your Honor.
Okay, so he hasn't gone back there?
No, I don't have any information, but I don't know for sure, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, there are no pending charges. There
is another case, Your Honor, but it's not related to the First Unitarian Church.
Okay.
In the alternative,
what is the incident date of the other case?
The other case is a 2020 case. It's from January of 2020.
And what are the?
It's 2 counts of disorderly conduct in the second degree.
Okay. And is there a physical location for that?
It is near the courthouse, Your Honor. It's related to filming at a protest.
Okay. All right.
If Your Honor is not inclined to offer 30 days jail, then the state would ask for a bench probation sentence that includes no contact with Joseph Mueller, no entry within 150 feet of First Unitarian Church. And we would ask that Your Honor order a defendant to attend the Cascadia Walk-In Clinic within the next 3 months and do some sort of intake or reporting from there.
All right, so Mr. Farley, is there anything you want to say before I make a decision or sentence? Don't feel like you have to say anything. I just want to make sure I've heard what you want me to hear before I make a decision.
I'm at no risk. I feel that I'm at no risk of coming back to that church and disturbing that place. And
well, that's up to you, right? I mean, that's your.
Well, and I haven't gone back there.
The only risk is you make the decision to go back there.
Yes, and I have no intent to do that, and I wouldn't do that. And but as far as the 150, if you go through, if the second recommendation is taken, as far as the 150 feet away from the church, right? I mean, I would.
150 feet is like 30 yards or 50 yards, right? So it's like one city block.
Yeah.
That if I'm understanding that church and some of the evidence in this case, my general familiarity with downtown, it is basically a city block, isn't it?
Yeah, and it would be, it's the path that I take to get home on that bridge on the I-405 is I live between here and the church, and then I'm just beyond the church.
Couldn't you just go across one of the other bridges over 405?
Yes, but it
are you usually on foot, bike, car?
Bike or foot, and I would just say that 150 feet away would also obstruct my journalistic production. That interviewing the people that I've gotten close to who camp there, but it has nothing to do with the church. It would. I have no reason to go back there, and I would just want to continue to be able to interview the people who live in the neighborhood, which is my neighborhood as well. And and that might impede, but and also I would ask that it not be a lifelong.
It's not going to be I'm not going to put you on lifelong anything. You're going to be on probation for the period of time it's probation.
I mean, as far as the exclusion goes,
I'm not going to order a lifetime exclusion to anybody.
Okay.
That's certainly not within my authority here.
Well, then I would be okay with going to Cascadia and checking on my panic disorder. My mental health is an issue. It always has been. I haven't been able to find the resources in Portland to help me with that. So it's just been on my own. That might be beneficial if they can help. I don't think jail time. I don't know. I wouldn't recommend that, but I feel like I wasn't that I'm not being harmful, and I know now what I did. I definitely researched trespassing after the fact and what I'm allowed to do, and I've looked at other people who in my profession who are doing good and not getting arrested, and I'm trying to model myself off of the people who are doing it correctly, gaining an audience without having to insert that extra type of energy, which I can see is off-putting to a lot of people, especially not knowing my personality. I just think a month is really steep.
I think frankly in the current environment, the notion of putting somebody convicted of a Class C misdemeanor in jail for any length of time is inappropriate, and it will not happen. That's just not appropriate from a public health perspective, and it's certainly not an appropriate punishment for a Class C misdemeanor. So I'm not going to give you any jail time. I am going to I will give you jail time if you violate any of my no contact orders, because then it's going to be a violation of your probation, and I will revoke your probation and put you in jail, because then it's a problem. But you can control that, right?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. I do need you to stand for a position of a sentence. And I will suspend the position of a sentence and sentence you to 12 months of bench probation. During that probation, you are to have absolutely no contact with Joseph Moeller or Nolan Hibbard. Do you need the spellings of those, or I think we have them?
The spellings, thanks, Jeff.
Okay. So that I just want to make sure with that, that means obviously no personal contact, no telephone contact, no reaching out to them via social media, no directing messages through your YouTube channel or anything like that. Any communication that starts with you and ends with them would be a violation of a court order.
So does that mean if I report on what happened today at trial and the facts of the people who were involved in this case come out?
If you're directing that to them, if you're communicating that to Mr. Hibbard or Mr. Moeller, then it's a violation of a court order.
But it's okay to talk about the facts of the case then?
I don't think I can restrict you from talking about the facts of the case.
Okay. Yep. I understand.
In terms of a geographic restriction, I have a map of downtown up in front of me. I'm going to restrict you to between Salmon and Main. You cannot go to the south side of Salmon or the north side of Main Street. In other words, you have to be at least across the street from the church. And you can't go on 13th between Salmon and Main. There is no sidewalk on the west side of 13th. So there's the only way you could be on 13th is if you're walking right along the church, and I'm not going to allow that. So you're not going to be on 13th between Salmon and Main. You're not going to be south of, you're not going to be on the south side of Salmon Street. You can be on the north side of Salmon Street. And likewise, you can be on the south side of Main Street, but not the north side of Main Street. You understand what I'm saying? The First Unitarian Church is between Salmon and Main, between 12th and 13th.
Yes.
Okay? So when I say that it's south of Salmon Street, right? So here's the church.
Okay, yes.
Here's Salmon Street. I'm saying you need to be across the street. Okay. You can't be on the church side of Salmon Street.
Yes.
Same thing for Main. Here's Main Street, here's the church. You can't be on the church side of Main Street.
As far as the sidewalks go,
Yep.
And what about the roads? Can I bike on the road going to the bridge from the bridge?
You would never need to go on Main Street because it doesn't lead to a bridge. You can. So the answer is no. You can cross Taylor and you can cross Salmon. Well, Salmon, you'd be heading into downtown. Looks like you could come into downtown across Yamhill too.
Yes.
Where roughly do you live? I don't need an exact address.
By Goose Hollow, Providence Park area.
So why don't you just couldn't you just go a couple blocks on the west side of 405 up to Yamhill for the next 12 months?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. I'm going to draw a map for you. We've printed out a map, but I'm going to show you where you can't be.
Okay.
So I've drawn a blue square around the block where you can't be. You can't be on that side of the street near the First Unitarian Church or on the street. So you could be on the sidewalk on this side of the street and the sidewalk on this side of the street, but you can't be on the church side of the street.
And that includes the other side of the church, which has outside-in needle exchange.
Yep, it does.
All right. I'll do, yes. I will abide by that.
And I'll require you to show up at Central City Concern and be evaluated for mental health issues and complete any prescribed treatment.
Your Honor, do you mean Cascadia Mental Health Services?
I'm sorry, it was Cascadia where you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have a pre-existing relationship with Cascadia?
No.
Have you ever sought mental health services from anybody?
Outside in.
Okay.
But
Well,
that's
you
not
can
an
go to
option.
Cascadia. They're a good group of people. Is the nearest Cascadia would be the one on Division and
52nd.
not
What about the
52nd. It's like 30 something.
What about the one in downtown?
40 something.
The Old Town Clinic.
That's Central City, isn't it?
I think that's Central City. The information I have, Your Honor, is that the Cascadia Walk-In Clinic is on 52nd and Division.
I just want a place that will be beneficial and not be wasting my time, because I do have a lot of issues that have never.
Cascadia is a good place.
I'll take your recommendation. I'll go there.
I have 4212 Southeast Division.
That's the one I'm familiar with.
Maybe just by
4212.
That's probably the one that
Okay, we want.
I mean, you've been in here with your laptop. You could certainly, you don't have to go to the 42nd one. It looks like there's an online process to make an appointment. Do you have health insurance?
I think I have OHP.
Okay, that'll help tremendously. So do you have an OHP card?
Not a card, but I think it's renewed.
Okay.
I've had OHP for a while.
Okay. Well, you check what, that you want counseling and, so I'm going to refer you to Cascadia for evaluation and complete whatever treatment they recommend. Will he go to the court coordinator? Will they give him direction there on how?
I can send him to the court.
Okay, I'm going to send you down to the court coordinator, and they'll give you directions on how you engage with Cascadia.
The customer service or
Yeah.
1 second? Okay.
And Your Honor, the state requests a 3-month status check to make sure that evaluation has happened. Not necessarily the treatment portion, but just that he went and got the evaluation.
I'm not really inclined to do that. I don't think that's. I mean, if the state has reason to believe he hasn't done it, you can certainly contact the office and we'll set a probation violation. You should go there because it'll help you, not just because I'm ordering it to you.
Oh, I mean, I've been told that Oregon has the worst mental health services in the country. It's like 51 dead last.
Well, I don't know how you would decide that. That sounds like ultimately a subjective determination. I don't know if that's accurate. I doubt it. I can't imagine the mental health services in Mississippi are better, but I don't really know.
I haven't really accessed them except with outside in. That's my only experience.
I mean, we have very. I can tell you we have very good benefits when you're on the Oregon Health Plan for mental health and addiction services that Generally, it's very well covered. So I would be, I mean, I don't know what article you read. You know, there's a lot, people say a lot of things on the internet without support.
Sure, yeah.
You know, it turns out you can't just believe what you read on the internet. I wish more people understood that.
Yeah, I'll definitely.
Before we go off the record, Your Honor, the state does have two more non-related to this case.
Okay, well, I'm waiving the misdemeanor conviction fee, and obviously there are no court-appointed attorney's fees. What else did you have?
At this time, Your Honor, state would move to dismiss State v. Brandon Farley, case number 20 CR 08661.
Is that the other case you said was pending?
Yes, Your Honor. And Your Honor, the state would like to request back the copy of the protective order that was given to Defendant Farley.
Didn't we give that back?
Not the copy that you got, but the copy that he got. It's an unfiled copy, but I realize the second page of it does have my signature on it, and since it's not being filed, I'd like the copy back, just because.
Can you give her back that copy?
I got one of the
the
pages
second
back
page
from him,
has
but
it.
I would like all the pages back, given that it was an inaccurate copy of a document that has yet to be filed. I'd like the whole thing back, please.